Hi, Sam.
Okay, we got 2 minutes on
If people are comfortable starting to sign, these are the two resolutions
Yep,
that are on the consent agenda. So start them down and swing them through.
yep, perfect.
Thank you, the gentleman. He's during public comment. Not sure.
I was gonna say, that sounded like somebody rocking a beer.
I so wish it were.
Everyone set? Council? Yep, all set?
2 minutes.
Okay. Sorry?
It is 5:59.
Wrong number.
That clock lulls me into a fall.
I mean, I don't
It is,
actually care.
well, according to this, you're right, it is 5:59.
Passing down the two resolutions on the consent agenda if you're comfortable signing. There's time.
Here you go. It's been 5:59 for about.
It's the longest minute of the week. Are we meeting next week, Tom? Tom, are we
Yes.
meeting next week?
Are we?
Next week?
No, we are not.
Yeah, we need,
I was gonna, yeah. We probably
Oh,
had a
that's
similar
right, excuse me, we are.
23rd, yeah.
We are going to. okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, council, now it is 6 PM on Tuesday, July 16th, 2024, and I'll call this meeting of the Barre City Council to order. Council manager, are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. One adjustment, which is relating to item 4F. I just want to clarify that the approval of waivers would be for building, flood hazard, electrical, and zoning permits. I didn't have zoning or electrical in the warning on the agenda. We can ratify next week if the council agrees.
Yeah, that's no objection here. Council, any objection? No? No objections. Okay, and I have an old agenda. Or yours.
Oh, yeah.
You added F.
Oh, it's probably last year's, last week's,
Thank you, appreciate it. Under Visitors and Communications, Chief, Deputy Chief, we've got some weather rolling in. You want to just
Reassure
debrief
us.
our citizens for just a couple of minutes? Precautions, protocol?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The National Weather Service is predicting 1 to 2 inches and expecting some street flooding. So we do ask that people stay home, and if you do need to be out, avoid driving through flooded water. Flooding water can leave your vehicle stranded, and it also causes damage to property around the wake of your vehicle. So we'll know more as things progress, but I think the storm could be starting anytime now.
Okay, terrific. Any questions, council? Thank you, Chief, Deputy Chief, and thank you for all you're doing as well. Did you have a question, Councilor Stockwell?
It'll just be the usual suspects, River Street, North Main for flooding.
Granite, I mean,
Yeah.
our normal.
Yeah, the normal.
Park Street, we'll keep an eye on that, Jefferson Street trash rack, those areas are normal to us, so.
And DPW's done a fantastic job of getting most all of the blockages in the waterways already cleaned up. So hopefully things will be flowing as seamlessly as possible. So
Thank you so
They have been
much.
out clearing the storm sewers and everything else too, so that's been done, and then the street sweepers have been like an army out there today, so.
And it's 1 to 2, give or take 6 to 9?
let's hope the
Well,
lower end.
6 PM to 9 PM.
Yes.
So it's in that 3-hour period, which is why we've got a little bit of concern about an inch or two of rain, because it's going to come in rather quickly.
And the waterways are still up a little bit too from last week's storm. So
It's at 2 feet when I came through, just before the meeting here, so.
And critical is 7?
We start worrying at 5, and then 7 is when it's.
7, you don't need to worry anymore. Okay,
it's here,
gotcha. Thank you, gentlemen, appreciate you very much. Sir, did you want to speak under visitors and communicate? Either of you, I think you did as well? Yes. Either of you can come forward, take your turn, come forward, state your name for the record, please, when you come up. Oh, it's a duet.
No, I think they're separate.
Oh,
I
okay.
think so.
What's the city's position?
And I'm sorry, could you state your name for the,
James Gelfetti.
thank you.
What is the city's position on the Berlin Street Bridge Dam
What is the city's position?
as far as
We'd like to see,
Every-
we'd like to see the bridge elevated. And that's been a priority of the council's. Matter of fact, we will be, why don't I let you address that? This gentleman was asking what the city's position is on the Berlin Street Bridge.
Oh,
I
yeah.
understand the governor did write in an executive order about cleaning out some of these rivers. Is the city aware of that?
I'm not sure it's specific, I'm not sure it specifically, the governor's executive order specifically addresses any river. I think it's targeted rivers, and I think there is a process. But why don't you address that, if you don't mind?
Yeah, that's one of the projects. In fact, it'll be, if you hang out later in the meeting, we have the river program folks here. Elevation of the Berlin Street Bridge is one of our high priority projects on that program.
I was raised in the North End. These truss bridges, like Granite Street, perfect. Down there, I've seen 2 bridges built there. 70, I moved here when I was 2 years old, I'm 75. Everything was fine until they built that bridge with the I-beams in there. They lost 4 feet of river rise. They do no longer clean out the river. Tony Cano, former barber, used to work for the city. They ran a bulldozer in the river. They pushed the mud down through, and down where Allen Lumber used to have their rafter shop, it would sit there and pick the mud out of the river. There was never a problem. Now, the city realized they had a problem. Right after this bridge was built, it was a very serious choke. Everything started damming up. So they put an excavator in there with a pulp grapple. Beautiful. They picked the stuff out as it came down the river. And everything went through fine. The first flood we had a year ago, serious one, I tried to get a hold of somebody up here at city, couldn't get a hold of anybody to find out if they were gonna put a excavator on standby. Nothing. And you know what we had over a year ago. What a disaster. And the only reason we got off the hook this time, thank God, it stopped raining. I went down there and stood and watched the river, me and a friend of mine that lives in that area. What happened? Of course, the bottom of the river has come up from not being dredged out over the years. So what happens? It plugs the storm drains. South Vine Street, Berlin Street, all the storm drains were plugged. It didn't have to go down much to get the level below where the storm drains dumped in. They all went dry. They didn't go dry, but the water was left and there was a massive amount of mud. But there's a serious problem with the rivers being dug out to allow the storm drains to drain. And that bridge, that's an engineering disaster from day one. They lost 4 feet of rise for the river, and then the river comes up. We don't need much rain now, and there's a major problem, as we know. I said the only reason we got off of it this time, it quit raining. Because as soon as it quit raining, the river dropped a little bit, storm drains started working, everything was fine. I feel very sorry for the people that, there was never any water over on Main Street, where our lumber company, RK now, all those homes on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Street, they never got any water till that flood over a year ago. It funneled into they had to replace the only thing that's been done to my knowledge, they repaired the railroads, the railroad tracks. ECI, I think, did it. It was a very nice repair. But the issue was, they should have had an excavator down there this time. There was dumpsters, road signs, and it plugged the bridge, the water. I was hoping there'd be enough rubble there to take the bridge out, and then it would have been beautiful. Sad way to have to look at it. I just wondered where the city, because it's gonna happen again. The problem hasn't gone away, it's still right there. And the bottom has come up, and it keeps on coming up. What's happened every time the river rises, it washes away some of the earth on the sides. It's not total contamination from sand on the roads or this, it's just bringing the banks down, then you got it all in the river. And your banks are being lowered as well. So I guess, I just wondered, the poor homeowners down there, good Lord, what the city plans on doing to give somebody some hope. I mean, they're all down there now digging out mud from this last flood, pretty near the same as a year ago, to the day. So I just wondered where the city is looking to go with, I mean, the only way, is cost effective wise, is the bridge. It's a good bridge, but the engineering of it, when we lost 4 feet of rise, I remember when the beams were coming down the street. My father, God rest his soul, he's dead. He said, oh, they're gonna build us a dam. That's just what they did. So that's all I've got to say. I just wondered where the city's position is on doing something with, hopefully, digging the river out and making it. It's a horrible choke point. Poor Roland Bellavance, at his shop. I don't know how he made out this time, but last time it was terrible.
It is. And I can tell you personally, I don't speak for the city or the entire council. Riverbed maintenance, people call it dredging, and as soon as they hear the D word, everyone goes up in arms.
Oh, I know.
But we maintain our storm system, we maintain our culverts, we maintain everything but the river. And
Yeah,
I think going forward, personally, I think that riverbed maintenance has to be taken seriously and has to be a significant part of our strategy.
you're 100%. River
And that
management,
doesn't mean dredging and increasing flow so that we cause problems for our neighbors, but some of the problems that we do have here in the city are coming from our neighbors who didn't manage their stormwater. So I think we have to look at all of these things, because we're looking at a storm tonight. 23 was a disaster. Last week was very hard, and it's going to continue to be hard, and it's going to continue to happen. So we have to try to mitigate the effects. And I think riverbed maintenance, personally, I think riverbed maintenance has to be a part of the strategy.
absolutely there.
So stay tuned. As Nicholas said, we are putting in for part of the Vermont Emergency Management Grants to address the Willie Street and Berlin Street bridges.
Willie Street's got pretty good clearance, because I know after that last one, I drove around, the worst one for river rise is Berlin Street.
Yeah.
Prospect's pretty good, Blackwell Street's pretty good, the bridges themselves are higher. That new bridge the city put in on Granite Street, that's an overstructured bridge, the truss bridge, that's got a clean sweep underneath. But that certainly needs to be dredged there,
We'll be taking it seriously.
behind your place. Yeah,
Thank you.
okay,
Thank you very much.
have a good evening.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello. My name's Kenneth Lundy. I live on Merchant Street. I wasn't gonna say this, but since I'm following him, I supervised the construction of the police fire station down there. And we excavated out somewhere between 20 and 25 feet of muck and brush and logs. So sometime in the past, that's where that river ran. Whether it was 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, or a million years ago, I don't know. But anyway, we all remember Irene. Sure we do. I happened to look out my window, I don't know, 9, 10 o'clock at night. I'm looked like boats going up Merchant Street. And that little stream that goes by the house, I'm thinking, geez, I can't believe that much water can come out of that stream. So I walked out there and looked at it. I said, well, I see what's wrong, it's plugged. So I said, oh, maybe my excavator will start. So I just got back from Florida, I hadn't started it. So I went over and hit it with a key and it started right up. I walked it over there and I made 3 passes with that bucket, thinking maybe I can get half of that water back in the stream. Never saw anything come out in the bucket. And I was sitting in the excavator watching that stream, and I said, holy cow, pretty proud of myself. I got all the water back in that stream. That saved Merchant Street right there, because it was down to a 1-lane road in the morning. So after that, I guess the city came up and put a drainage trench across the front of my property. They took out one of my access and never put it back, and they put in a culvert. Well, after Eon, water was, right after Eon, the water was running down Merchant Street. So I took my excavator and I just did a quick hack job to get it off Merchant Street, which worked pretty good. I got it all back off of Merchant Street, but it was really a poor job. Was nothing to be proud of. So I called the city. They told me it was must have been a problem with the engineers doing the road on Maple Avenue, Merchant Street. So I called the engineer. I knew what he was going to say. We didn't have anything to do with this. So I was thinking to myself, what the hell? I'm retired. I have plenty of time. I'm not doing nothing. I'll just take my excavator and I'll go down there and I'll fix it. So I went down there and dug it all out, bought the seed and the hay mulch, did all the work myself, got the drainage ditch so it drained pretty much properly. Called the city and I says, you need to clean out your culvert. He says, well, we don't clean out driveway culverts. I said, well, why should I clean it out? You put it in. It's not my culvert, it's yours. So he said, well, we don't do it. Okay, don't do it. It's plugged. So anyway, I don't know if you want to put this up on the screen or what, but.
Yep, I saw that. You had passed that out to
It's-
Councilor
yeah, it's
Guston, and
down, yeah.
we passed it around.
See that long log there?
Mm-hmm.
About 2 feet shorter on the picture than it was. So I took my chainsaw and went down there. I'm standing in the water up to my knees, cutting the end of that log off because it was right in the stream. I'll get that cut off and that'll help it out. And my thought was, I'll get it cut off and I'll just grab it and throw it out of the way. Well, I cut it off and it was gone. No chance of grabbing it. One thing I learned about a chainsaw in the water, see, I was in water up to my knees. As soon as I started the chainsaw, now I'm wet from the waist down because that chain goes around, throws the water right back at you. And they don't cut good. The blades don't cut good in the water either. There's just enough lubrication. But I got it hacked off. So when I was fixing your trench, your drainage ditch, I said, well, I got to get that thing out of there. So I dug that out and I noticed something else. So I dug that out and I kept digging that stuff out and I dug all that stuff out. And that's all cut wood. Well, that was either done by Davey or Ashland, and I have no idea which one it was. Ashland was the last one that was there, so possibly it was them. I don't want to, without knowing for a fact who did it. My son thought it was Ashland too, because he said he walked out of the house one day and he said they had a funny look on their face, the guys that were working there. This is all stuff they cut out from under the power line. But anyway, with this last storm, if I hadn't have done that, you'd have lost Bertrand Street. And the only thing I was asking was clean out your culvert, and you ought to replace the piece of junk I put in because it's their culvert's 12-inch and mine's 8-inch. I shouldn't have had to put it in the first place. So, I don't know, do with it what you want with the information. Don't think I'm gonna do any more with it. But if you get another flood like this, another storm like this one, you're gonna lose Merchant Street if you don't fix that.
And what did you say your address was, sir?
199 Merchant.
199?
I had to think it was the city engineer. And I showed him what the problem was, and I don't know, he didn't like the way, I guess he didn't like the way I did the trench or something. He made some comment. Well, it's not my ditch, it's yours. If you don't like the way I did it, go up and fix it so you do like it. Didn't cost you anything, and it does work. And I'm not sure what his complaint was, but I don't think he could do much better than I did. I don't know, whatever.
Question?
If I'm understanding correctly, the trees that you're pulling out of that culvert are what you're saying is being cut down from the power company, is that correct?
Cut down by the power company, yes.
No.
Well,
Is it,
by their
but sure, by the subcontractor. I know that there have also been some other issues, like on Railroad Street, I have a constituent there that has similar problems. Mr. Manager, is there any way that we can follow up with Green Mountain Power to see how they're cleaning up from these? Because it seems kind of like through the last year or so kind of dealing with this, that they've just cut trees down and left them, and then they continue to flow down into these culverts like the one down behind Railroad Street. And then they're just kind of left for the residents to pick up, essentially. And the same issue where over on Railroad Street behind Trevor's house, it flooded back there because there's probably, I don't know, a 2 or maybe 5 foot culvert that comes out, but then the water that comes down, that's all covered in trees, then has a small little culvert going into it underneath the there, and that's probably maybe a foot wide. So that it seems to me like there's a lot of issues with Green Mountain Power, their subcontractor, going and just cutting stuff out and then not taking care of it. And then we're kind of, our residents essentially now are having to foot the bill. And then we're having to figure out why they weren't taking care of things properly in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to follow up with their teams and see what's being missed and how they can do it better.
Thank you, sir.
But I can tell you what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to, when they cut that stuff, the small stuff they chip up. And the stuff that could be used for firewood, they're supposed to cut it in 4-foot lengths and stack it on the side of the road. So somebody can come and get it. In the past, they did that on my property, and they stacked it there, and this guy come along and said, "Can I have that?" I said, "Sure, take it all." And he took his pickup and chainsaw, sawed it up, and took it home. That's what they're supposed to do. Why they would do something like that is beyond me. I mean, you know, if they didn't, they threw it in the worst place they could possibly throw it. You know, plugged up the stream.
Understood. We'll see that we follow up on it.
Alrighty.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
We have a copy, thank you.
We have a copy. Thank you. Anyone else under visitors and communications? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Council will move to the consent agenda. We have a few items on the consent agenda. The approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting of Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. Do we have any licenses and permits, Madam Clerk?
We do have an entertainment license for Sugar Leaf Label. They want to do through the Heritage Festival, they want to do live music, DJ, glass blowing, and half-pipe athletes at Forbin's Finest at Metro Way.
And does that have appropriate approval, or does it not need it?
It has the manager's signature.
Okay, terrific. Council, we're also authorizing the manager to execute contracts. No contracts this week. Okay, resolution 2024-12, approve the state revolving loan fund agreement. That was in your packet. Resolution 2024-13, appoint NBRC authorized official. That would be the city manager, and that is related to the Prospect Heights development. Item F is approve an indefinite waiver of building zoning, correct?
Yeah, building zoning, flood hazard,
Building zoning,
electrical.
flood hazard, and electrical permits and registration fees for any emergency repairs related directly to flood damage. And we are authorizing the manager to abate water and sewer bills for customers impacted by the flood.
And if I could, Mayor, just to add to that, last year, what the council did was authorize us to continue these waivers and allow for a 2-week notice for us to suspend them. So we would give residents 2 weeks lead time to know that that waiver was ending so they could get their permits. And I do want to note too that we are asking, there was a lot of confusion about this last year. People need to come in to get their waivers. This is not an excuse to do the work without the permits. I'm sorry, they need to come get their permits. The fees are waived, the permits are still required and needed. I think some people did a lot of that work last year without the permits, thinking that those had been waived, but I just want to be very clear that permits are still needed for this work. Come in and get them, come see Michelle, come see Janet, you just won't have to pay for them.
And those permits not only document the work that they're doing, but what you'll likely hear from Janet when you hand her your permit and are issued your waiver is she'll likely ask you if you have called 211 to report the damage. That is very important as we seek a federal declaration. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda of the council? Yes.
I have a question about the minutes. On page 3 of the minutes, there's a motion that was made by me and seconded by Councilor Chambel, and it just says approved by the majority, and I was wondering if it's general practice to list who voted yes and who voted no, because I don't think that was unanimous.
We normally do. If it's not a unanimous vote, we usually record who voted yes and who voted no.
Okay. So can those be amended, those minutes be amended?
Sure. Anything else, council? Yes.
Just want to say thank you all, really you and the manager for being proactive with water and sewer abatement. Really just making sure that our residents get what they need in a really difficult time. So thank you all for stepping up to that need immediately and really not having to discuss it, but really just make sure that the needs are met.
Thank you. Anyone else? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second, please. And a second. Councilor Stockwell, seconded by Councilor Chambel. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 4A will be approving the city warrants, ratifying the warrants from the week of July 10th, 2024. Remember, council, there was an addition at the meeting, and we're approving the warrants from the week of July 17th, 2024. Is there a motion to that effect, please?
So moved.
Second.
We'll give the motion to Councilor Gusson, and Councilor Deering seconded the motion. Is there any discussion or questions, council? All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed?
And I'm abstaining.
Yep, your abstention is noted.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. Ms. City Clerk and Treasurer. I'll let you catch up. I'll let you catch up for a minute.
Guys, talk fast. All right, okay, clerk's report with the events that happened last week. We've been fielding a lot of phone calls regarding volunteering, where people can volunteer, where people can get assistance, reports of areas of damage to sidewalks and streets, and questions about disposal of flood debris. We forward these calls, the ones that we cannot answer ourselves, to the proper departments, and hopefully everyone is getting the assistance they need. Tax bills. Catherine and I are working tomorrow to start creating tax bills. We're working with our programmer at NEMRIC. And we are hoping to have those out by the end of July, beginning of August. We're using, the state has given us an interim non-homestead rate of 181.55 and a homestead rate of 130.51 until the budget can pass. I heard from Tina Gilbert. They're hoping to revote sometime mid-September. So hopefully we'll be getting the interim bills out with a little insert stating that there will be a second and final bill in October, because a new bill won't be created until 30 days after the education rate has passed.
So what are the due dates? I'm sorry, could you review those?
First due date is still going to be September 16th. The second one will be November 15th.
And that will be the,
Hopefully that will be
The
a
revised
final bill will have been issued prior to that,
gotcha.
but it all depends on whether the budget passes.
Understood.
And ballots. We have issued 612 absentee ballots. We have gotten 229 back. 8 of them need attention. We are allowed to contact the voters and tell them of the issue that would not make their vote valid. They have time to come in prior to the actual election to correct their error, to make their vote a valid vote. And that's what we are doing in the clerk's office this week. And we'll continue to do for the next 2 weeks.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
If that's not enough, I can tell you about all the marriage licenses and dog licenses.
Well, you can if you want. It's your report. It's not edited or censored in any way.
Those are just daily.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything under liquor control or cannabis?
Nothing.
Okay, Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So obviously, a lot of our work last week was related to the storm recovery, but there are other things to report to residents. Positive note, swim lessons have been announced at the pool, so they are starting on July 20th, will run through August 2nd. The fee is $40 for residents, $60 for non-residents. So we encourage, you have to get an application form online or at the pool. And you really encourage people to speak to the lifeguards about the levels and scheduling. You know, instead of talking about a specific age for a certain class, it's better to talk about the child's specific skills. So we didn't put a lot of that in the application form, hoping people would talk to the lifeguards and figure out the right placement for their child and the scheduling for that as well. I do want to note that we have a small fund for scholarships. So if any families that were directly impacted by the flood, if this would be a good opportunity for their kids to get a little time to escape from what they're going through, that we have some limited scholarships available. So to contact me if anyone knows of anybody needing assistance to attend one of these classes. Just a heads up on the schedule. You may have remembered we initially had the interim zoning hearing scheduled for today. We've had to move that due to the events obviously we had to go through. So that is now scheduled for August 6th. And that's to update city ordinances to reflect state law changes about housing development. I also received from the city attorneys a draft short-term rental ordinance that the council in March, I think, directed the city to get drafted. We have that ready. Staff is reviewing it. It'll take probably later this summer to come to the council for a first hearing and review. But our city attorney did provide a draft of that. Want to note that we have reached out to some targeted residents and about a Barre Day with VEM. I shared with the council an invitation that went out to people who were on the initial buyout list, people who were on the substantial damage list. VEM, Vermont Emergency Management, will be here in Barre on July 18th from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. at Alumni Hall. The event is an opportunity for anyone who's interested in the hazard mitigation grant program, specifically on the individual side, not a city project. So it's a good chance to come and talk to the experts at VEM about potential projects that can be rolled into the city's application. And then you may have all noticed, we had Down Street do a cleanup day downtown, and they fixed up the gazebo, so just did a great job the day before the flood. And they, by all accounts, seem to have done okay over there. But just Down Street had, great idea. They reached out to us for some projects they could do, and just did a fantastic job just on some cleaning of vacant buildings downtown, and also the gazebo looks much better, needed some attention. And then just want to flag, I know we'll be talking a lot about the storm and the flood that we've gone through, but just want to highlight, like, it is a full team citywide response, and I know Keith and Joe are here today, and they bear a bulk of it, and Public Works, Fire, Police, and Dispatch certainly have sort of starring roles on the day of the event and the days after, but Facilities Department preps the auditorium for use as a shelter. Don's office in finance, they set up payroll codes, which are really important for tracking time and expenses, and certainly Don's been doing the future FEMA compliance, assuming that there's a FEMA declaration for this. She's been making sure that we're doing everything right to make sure that our application process is seamless. And then Janet's office, permitting and zoning, they've obviously been helping with the waivers. They've been helping residents already with the information that they need to rebuild. And then, as the clerk mentioned, they get a lot of calls as well, and they're getting calls on all sorts of things, and they're also picking up a lot of the slack from me not answering calls. So I just want to highlight it's a full team effort, and you see everybody out there. But the public work, like I said, Public Works, Fire, Police, Dispatch have a sort of central role, but everybody's involved in this response, and so just want to note that it's been a really solid team effort across the board. And that's it for me.
Questions? I want to review, as we just go through the protocol for folks mucking out basements or first floors or structures. Where should they, just go through that again, where should they be putting the debris? And also, when they do, is it helpful if folks send an email to Public Works and say, I live here, and I just put a pile there?
So,
I've had a few people who have called, and Public Works is really doing the best they can and doing a great job, but they don't know every square inch of the city.
Yeah.
And sometimes they'll come down Maple Avenue, for example, they'll clear it.
Right.
And then a resident just wasn't as quick to get their debris out. They do, and then they're complaining that nobody's picking up their stuff.
Yeah, so the debris, if we're talking about debris and garbage and property that was lost, that right now should go in the dumpsters. We haven't started any citywide debris yet. We're still waiting to see what the scale of it is if this becomes FEMA declaration, because otherwise all the costs fall onto the city. So we're expecting it will, but we're sort of taking a wait and see, and we expect that if we do actual debris collection, it'll probably start at the end of this week or early next week. The mud and silt, I think if there's a resident who's in maybe a more isolated part of the city that wasn't one of the usual hotspots that gets hit very hard, we don't really need to know. We need to know their location more. I think if you're in the north end, first, second, third, we're gonna get you, and we won't miss you. If there are people, and I remember because I had to drive the city when we were doing the final stretches of debris collection, that there were some really isolated ones, like around Garfield Park, for example, that I didn't expect. So if you are in an isolated area, it's helpful to, and you should probably call my office, 476-0240, and speak to my assistant, and she'll track it. If you are in Vines Campini, North End, River Granite, we're gonna get you. And the DPW crews right now haven't started they may have grabbed some piles, but they're specifically focusing on the streets and the sidewalks to clear those. And they will be coming back for individual debris piles, because we think people still need the time to do that. But yeah, I think that's a great question, Mayor. I think if you are self-identifying those non-hotspot areas, do reach out to us so that you don't get lost, because our crews will be focusing on the parts that we know are the most hit. The wet, soupy mud, which I think there's less of now, but there certainly was in the days after, that needs to go to Farwell Street first, to sort of dry out, and then it's moved by DPW staff to St. Monica's. That's its final resting place.
And then, yeah. Okay. Well, and then Central Vermont Solid Waste Management District, I understand they're looking at standing up a hazardous waste collection
Correct.
site up at the auditorium as
Yes.
well as tires. So folks, because the dumps, not everything can go in the dumpsters. Please don't put paint, household pesticides, things like that. Those really can't go in the dumpsters. But we are working on that.
Yeah.
So I suspect they'll stand that up. Sounded like a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we're working with them on a date. It'll probably be set up right exactly where it was at the auditorium parking lot last year. And so we'll get the word out when they have set that date for that event. But yeah, that's in the works.
Super. Any other, yes?
But just to clarify, if a resident does have flood debris trash, not mud trash, but they don't have a pickup truck, whatever, they can't get to a dumpster, that will eventually be picked up by the
We expect to. We haven't contracted anybody to do so. I don't anticipate a state contract at this point. I mean, that obviously could change. What we're planning to do is, we had last year, one of the vendors we were using early on in the flood has a grabber. And so we expect that as we get more confident that a FEMA declaration is coming, that we would engage in that, because it would then become reimbursable. Yeah. So I think, Chief, we were talking about it today. I think we're thinking late this week, maybe early next week is when that would happen. Yeah.
Yes.
So I did have someone contact me about debris and mud, so I can say mud will be cleaned up, debris probably by the end of the week, maybe next week.
Yeah, and if they can get to a dumpster now, that's their best bet to get rid of it at the moment. Yeah.
Thank you.
And it would be helpful. I understand no one likes handling that stuff any more than they have to, but it really does. I mean, I could see it taking a week or two to stand up a contractor. So it would be really helpful if you do have the ability to get it to one of the dumpsters. It really helps everyone out.
Yeah, and I know the chief's been working on sort of the point of contact. I know they were rolling off some of the full ones today and rolling on new ones as quickly as they can.
Yeah, I think all the full ones were empty today, and some of them are full again.
Yeah.
Councilor Deering.
I was just checking up on that dumpster on Second Street, if they had redone that yet.
That was empty.
That was emptied, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just another point too, is that don't put the silt and mud in the dumpsters. It's really important to separate that out, because we're getting charged by the weight of the dumpster, so set it in a separate pile, but make sure,
Yeah.
and also household garbage, like food waste garbage, should not go into that dumpster either.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. No. And the mud pile, I think people got really good about it last year, but that has to come out to curbside. We can't go on anyone's property to grab it. So I know it ends up being a sort of an additional burden, but that's the only place the city can grab it is from the curbside.
Terrific. Any other questions, comments? Thank you very much. Let's see. Is that your storm event and recovery?
It could be.
Kind of sounded like.
It certainly could be.
Item under, council under 8A, new business and storm event and recovery update. Mr. Manager.
Okay. So let me get this up on the screen. Terrible, there we go. All right, let me minimize that so people can see better. So and I'll make sure this is posted and emailed to the council as well. Just a timeline of events. So we began receiving briefings about the concerning forecast on Monday, July 8th. And the forecast was for 1 to 3 inches in the region, with isolated pockets up to 5 inches. So we started preparing for the worst case scenario. DPW was cleaning and clearing trash racks and storm basins in our problem areas. We were checking the known problem areas around the river, including the railroad trestle, bridges, and other locations where debris collects. In fact, I do want to highlight AOT was in here. I don't know if it was Monday or Tuesday, but they were in here cleaning up debris that had collected on the trestle and on Maple and 62. So they did do some of that work that we had flagged. They did have people come in here to clean it up. We started preparing the auditorium just in case it was needed as an emergency shelter. And of course, we were closely monitoring the forecasts and preparing the plans to move assets to the Civic Center as needed. So that was Monday. On Tuesday, we issued our first website and Facebook updates to residents about the severity of the storm. And we encouraged at that point, still thinking we were in the 1 to 3 range, to encourage residents to be ready, encourage residents to sign up for VT alerts. We started distributing sandbags, making them available to residents and businesses, and certainly encouraging those in low-lying areas and those that tend to get flooded to use them. I think, and I know Joe's been talking more with the merchants than I've been able to, but I think they took advantage of a lot of those sandbags, and I think it helped a lot of people minimize the damage. And I know certainly residents, we've heard that it helped as well. On the 10th, we were active on the website, Facebook, and BT Alert as we had more information. By noon of that day, the forecast had not changed in any significant way. We are still expecting 1 to 3 in the region with isolated pockets up to 5, and so nothing had changed to indicate any major difference from what we had been hearing all along. Then later that evening, obviously things did get a little bit more severe. From 6 to 8 p.m., we got some very heavy bands of rain coming through, and a lot of water very quickly in a short period of time. It was still at this point, and I was looking at the forecast that we had gotten in the briefing. I think there was a briefing at 4 o'clock that afternoon that the storm was still tracking as less severe than last year's storm, and we're still at the 3-inch level. So there was little concern of flood conditions, and those are words from the briefing that we received at that point. The water levels obviously began to rise as culverts in the known areas, known problem areas, became overwhelmed. We ended up closing Main Street in the downtown core to traffic, and this was due to street flooding and also because the wake of vehicles traveling through was starting to enter businesses. I know Summer Street became almost impassable. There were a couple of cars that had to be rescued while I was driving through that part of the city as well. So at that point, we saw the break in the weather. We urged residents to seek shelter at that point, and the odd hadn't been officially activated, but it was increasingly looking like it would. So we encouraged people to head up to the hill, and then of course to avoid any unnecessary travel as the waters became more flooded. I have to emphasize this point. We ended up having to deal with somebody who was just driving around to look, who became stuck in a sewer manhole that had blown, and so that takes resources away from our operations center. So it's just really important that it's not the time to come check it out. If you want to come here, just come to volunteer the day after. The day of the storm is never a good time to be in these areas. Unless you absolutely are, unless you're trying to get home or trying to get to a loved one. So we had, as we note here, about 12 high water rescues between city crews and our state partners that were deployed nearby. At the 10 o'clock to overnight, we were increasingly concerned that there appeared to be one last heavy band of rain that was headed our way. And the radar kept showing it, but it wasn't raining, and so we were taking that. That was fine with us, and that heavy band just never did come. So fortunately, it allowed the storm basins and culverts to catch up. Water levels were able to recede, and we were able to, I think, avoid much more significant damage than we ended up getting. We issued a boil water notice right around 10 o'clock that night, and this was due to turbidity at the water treatment plant. This was out of extreme precaution. There was no water main break associated with this event as there was last year. This was just that the water was choppy and it looked like chocolate milk, and the guys at the treatment plant did a great job of isolating the tanks and And they were able to get the tests done on time, and by Friday at 1:35, we were able to lift the boil water notice. So just as you see on that little blue square there, all told, we ended up being towards the high end of the isolated 5 inches. We ended up 4.7 estimated inches of rain falling between the afternoon and 10 p.m. When all was said and done.
Sorry, Nicholas, on the high water rescues, were all of those vehicles or were there some residences as well?
Chief, were they all vehicles? I think the majority were vehicles. Were any people that were, Counselor, I didn't.
Like anyone for evac from their house?
Oh, their house.
Versus a vehicle? There were a couple?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So the first steps on the recovery, around that night, we issued a closure of Main Street between Elm Street and Maple for mud cleanup. And we starting to procuring water from the state due to the boil water notice. We knew that was going to end up being a need. Last year, as you may recall, we had about a 10 or so day boil water notice. So we were concerned about that. Luckily, it ended up being just a few days, but still, if you're in need of water, it's a big need, especially when people would have been responding to other issues. We started immediately just ramping up FEMA compliant operations. So that's when I mentioned Don gave all of us a briefing about what we did well and what we didn't do well last time so that we could correct it, assuming that this may become a FEMA disaster. So we started documenting the way we would if it was, as if it would become FEMA eligible. And then the chief started, I think that night even, making arrangements for dumpsters. If it wasn't that night, it was early the next morning, to get dumpsters out for cleanups. And there are currently 7 dumpsters. And you can, this is the picture from our website and Facebook. Those are the stars indicating where they are located for now in the north end around Courier Park and one by the Labor Hall. And we, again, got guidance out to residents to start getting any mud to the right-of-way so that we could eventually be able to pick that up. So you see there the blurb that the qualifications for disaster declaration. This is taken from the governor's press release. And so, like I said, we're pretty much expecting that this is just a matter of time, and we feel good that we all got our briefing from Don to make sure that the process is as smooth as it can be. The damage assessments, so very limited damage at city buildings, public works, and that's Public Works Garage, Public Safety Building, and City Hall. And it's not expected to require any new contracted work, so that's good news. Limited damage to city fleet. I don't even know if there was anything of note related to the storm on the fleet side. And then, of course, citywide, there's been significant damage to culverts and basins. I think a little bit less damage to streets and sidewalks than last year. As you may recall, last year, almost all of North Main past Maple was washed out. So we didn't have that, thankfully, this year. Parks and playgrounds in the north end have significant mud accumulations, unfortunately, which will require attention. And the commercial and residential damage is still quite extensive. I think it was less widespread overall. The water levels were lower overall. The mud was lower overall. It was a little bit different consistency. Brian described it as more soupy, but it still requires very labor-intensive removal. So I think even though the damage overall was less severe than last year, less intense than last year, that doesn't change the fact that for many people, there was no difference than what they faced last year. For the people in the hard-hit areas, it was very similar to what they went through. And the recovery will be as labor-intensive and difficult as it was a year ago. So again, I think we were fortunate that it was not as bad as last year, but still, there's a lot of damage all around to address. There was one minor landslide off Washington, which was no immediate risk, low priority for response. We've had crews go look at it. I don't even know if landslide's the right term for it at this point, but that's how minor it was. And then the existing landslide sites had no visible impact or change that we could discern. Just some pictures. Again, this is Berlin Street Bridge, a huge concern. As you might recall, this was also the bridge that was our or concern last December. And it was, again, just a really, difficult site here to see the accumulations of debris at that site. There's a dumpster there. That's a big problem. And we've had DPW crews there today all day clearing that with rented equipment. Public safety building, as I mentioned, had minimal damage. This is just some water off the Sally Port. The chief himself sandbagged it to protect it from additional damage. So he protected the building there. And City Hall, unfortunately, took a little bit of water in the garage. You can see very minor, minimal. That's taken from the boiler room. So it was cleaned up in-house by facility staff. Luckily, nothing of significance that was damaged in the building. Conditions of rental units in homes. So code enforcement, Nick, has been out with state partners throughout the week, and most, and they've finished most of their tagging together. So most of the hard-hit areas of the city have received a visit so far, so they don't expect significant changes to these numbers. There's so far 81 green tags, which means buildings that are deemed safe for occupancy, 45 yellow tags, which partial occupancy, and 5 red tags. And in that box to the side there, you can see the reasons for the red tags. One is a structural issue. One is a homeowner refused entry, so that's an automatic red tag. One had electrical issues that sustained water damage. That's talking to Nick today. He expects that to become a yellow tag very soon. The owners made arrangements for repairs. The Pierre Motel's first floor red tagged out of concern for health safety due to the mud. And then there's a building that suffered a structural fire. I forget when that was, on Harrington, that is vacant and suffered significant flood damage. So that is red tagged as well, but that doesn't impact any current occupancy. We have requested continued availability of the Red Cross shelter, and it is currently in standby mode. So what that means is that they're not at full staff levels, full staff intensity, but they are prepared should anybody need emergency shelter to stand it up on a moment's notice, which we asked for this, and we're very grateful that the state agreed, because as Nick was completing his inspections, we were concerned, anybody with a red tag may need the OD as a bridge to some more longer-term housing. We wanted that to be an option for them if it needed to be the case. So we asked for it through the end of the week, and they have agreed to do that, which we're very thankful for. And then just want to highlight that renters with concerns can make reports to code enforcement. You have a screenshot there of our website and the place right on the homepage where you can click to get a report to Nick. And then we do encourage just that blue box at the bottom for everyone impacted by the storm to please report the damage to 211, and for those requesting assistance to call 802-242-2054. Those are instructions from the state about how they are tracking damage and requests for assistance. I saw Councilor Deering.
So my question is regarding the Pierre Motel in the first floor. Have they completely recovered as far as mold and everything like that from the last flood, and they're good to go, or were good to go until this?
They had occupancy on the first floor, so there were people that were displaced as a result of this. So they had been cleared, and unfortunately they were hit again. Then people did have to be displaced due to that red tag.
Do we know how many?
I don't know off the top of my head, Chief. Do you know?
I don't know off the top.
Yeah.
Do we know if they were provided with services, or could
Yeah, I think they're generally provided with an alternative motel location if one's available.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And Mayor, I see, it looks like Ellen Kay has a question.
Sorry about that. Ellen?
Hello, Ellen K, East Street. It's a simple question, but others may have it as well. How is damage defined in terms of reporting to 211?
Everything. If you, just like last year, any damage that's reported helps increase the damage count for the city, the county, the state, and that helps trigger FEMA assistance. So, any bit of damage, just, personally, we had water in our, and again, I'm talking about seepage from not having gutters, so it's nothing to complain about. But I'm going to report that to 211 because even that helps the threshold. So it's anything from what I experienced at my home to what somebody experienced on Second Street should be reported to 211.
That's great. Yeah, I had standing water in my basement, but it didn't hurt anything, but it was water in my basement. So that's
You should report it, Ellen.
great. Thank you.
And it's not limited, Ellen, to damage to your home. If you experienced, for example, if your driveway washed out, if you experienced, damage to your yard, that counts as well. Easiest way to report, it's a little clunky if you go online, but be patient with it. What I found is that if you go to the upper right where it says choose a language, and if you actually choose the language, you can access the online form. But be a little patient with it. The online form works great once you get there. It just takes a little patience to get there.
And the website you're talking about is the 211?
Yes.
Okay.
It looks like Heather Slayton also.
Heather, did you have a question or a comment?
Thanks. I would remind people that if somebody else's debris showed up in your yard and that's going to cost you something to take care of, report that as well, please.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Razak.
Go back to the last slide
Yep.
on the tags. So it says most properties in the hardest hit areas have been inspected. Are we doing inspections in some of the other outlining areas? Are there any tags outside of the north end that are not reflected on that list?
Yeah, I think so. Nick and the team have been focusing on the sort of the core hardest hit parts, but they will be fanning out. For example, and by most, I mean, they also haven't gone to, there's properties on Vine Street that were very hard hit again, but they're vacant, so they're not prioritizing those because they're not impacting anybody's living conditions at the moment. But yeah, they will be fanning out as after they're able to get to the places where they expect that there may be potential red tags.
And I had heard a number, we all hear things in the aftermath of this stuff. I had heard a number of 13 red tags. Is that potentially the ones that are still remaining from last flood plus these 5, or is it 5 citywide red tags as of right now?
These are the 5 citywide red tags as a result of July 24 flood.
Okay.
So our current and ongoing priorities for the response is cleaning and removing mud from the streets, sidewalks, and of course, mud piles from the homes of residents. Excuse me, clearing debris from the bridges and trash racks. So Brook Street has been completed already. As I mentioned, they started on Berlin Street Bridge today. And that is critical because, as we know from right now, if we get more rain and those continue to be plugged, that's just going to be ongoing risk. So we have had to deploy public works crews to those specific tasks at the expense of other things that could be directly assisting with residential neighborhood cleanup, so that we avoid further damage from any other flooding incidents. We're working closely with Barre Up, and I know Pam is going to speak later about their efforts. Helping with any rebuilding, volunteering. I know we've gotten calls about specific needs for residents, and so we're working closely with them and the other relief organizations that have been deployed to the area. And then in terms of relief for homeowners, the council just a few minutes ago approved the first steps, which was the abatement of water sewer bills, waiver of building flood hazard and associated electrical and zoning permit fees. And as I mentioned, the waiver period will extend for some time, and it will be ended up with a 2 weeks notice when the time is appropriate. So, and again, that blue box, just want to again highlight that residents and contractors must get their permits. And, I know there was confusion about this last year. It ended up with, having to do it after the fact was challenging and difficult because people were told to make changes that they weren't anticipating. So we want to be very, very clear that people should come and see Michelle and Janet and get their permits up front prior to doing the work. The budget impacts, still way too early to know. The stressors are the same as last year. There'll be, I'm sure, abatements and loss of tax base as a result of this. I think, I've already gotten 3 applicants for buyout lists that were not on last year's buyout list who basically put their hands up and said they're done. So we can expect more of those. Obviously, the cost of the flood recovery projects will be a stressor on the budget, and that will, and certainly cash flow will have to be closely managed because we do have to front the cost of flood recovery projects. So if the FEMA declaration is made, which we, as I think most people anticipate will happen, those expenses and many of our expenses will become reimbursable, but that's after paying for it up front and waiting for weeks or months for reimbursement. We do have, thankfully, 1.5 million accessible through a municipal climate recovery fund bond from the Vermont Bond Bank. And last year, you may recall, we secured a 3 million line of credit. We closed that after we got the bond, but the line of credit could be an option as needed if things get tough. But we won't know the impacts, as I said, for some time. Just how to stay informed. Right now we have an item on the scroll that's storm recovery. So it's the little box pointing to it there on the screenshot of the website. That's where we're posting, basically simultaneously posting all updates on that place and on the Facebook page. So residents can get those things that way. BT alerts are reserved for like very severe, significant, life-threatening alerts. So I'm not sending dumpster locations through BT alerts. So residents should really get used to going to the website and going to the Facebook page if they use Facebook. And that's where they can get the most up-to-date information for recovery resources from us. So that is it for me, Council. I'm happy to take any questions. Oh, yes.
On the, just on the website, clunky though it may be, we still have the July 2023 thing. Are we
Yes.
going to like,
So
is that going to be an active page for this flood event? Or
yeah, I think
separated or?
we're gonna make the change. So everyone knows my feelings about the website. We
all agree with
yeah, we can't actually make that change in-house. We have to request the server, the host to make it. So we're in the process. We're trying to find out there's still some important information there that we want to preserve. So we're trying to find a place for that to live, and then we'll migrate information to that more prominent location. So I think for now, we're going to keep it on the scroll until we can save what we need to save and go to the banner there.
Pam, did you have something you wanted to add? Oh, yeah?
You got
Go
two
for
online
it.
as well, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry?
You have 2 online asking questions.
Oh, can't see when Nicholas does that. Mr. Booton.
Booton and Amy Gelford.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Booton, did you have a question? Amy Gelford?
Yeah, Michael was first. I don't know what happened there, but I just want to thank you for good communication during all of this. I thought all the updates on the VT alerts and other things were really great this time. You guys did a great job on communication. One thing I wondered about with communication was at some point I was hearing, I think it was somewhere on the radio, and they mentioned like, oh, the Barre Auditorium is open as an emergency shelter. Like at the same time that all the roads into the city were being closed because we didn't want people driving through the flood, at 62 in Maine and that sort of thing. So I don't know how that can get better communicated to the outside world. And I hope that didn't lead to anybody, driving in, trying to get to the auditorium, but it's kind of this conflict where you can't, sometimes you can't get to the auditorium. And so I was wishing when I heard that on the, wherever I heard on the radio or something, just like, tell people to hang tight somewhere safe and come in a couple hours when the water goes down. One other question I had was, I live where I can walk over and I saw where the flooding was starting on, I live on Foss Street, and I walked over to Ladd Street and could see the water out of its banks around 8:30 on 2nd Street. So like the back of Hutchins Roofing, that kind of area flooding. I'm a little worried about that part of Ladd Street, like at the corner of Ladd and Smith. And I think it would be something that would be good to have like state geology or someone monitor. So I don't know if that's something I don't want to put in it's kind of overkill to report anything to the slide website, but is there any like list or good way to submit monitoring for sites if we're concerned about hillsides and slopes?
The best way is to get it to me and Brian, and we'll, I think he and I will triage them as we receive them from residents. Amy, that'd be great if you don't mind doing that.
Okay.
And the question you had about road closures and standing up the shelter, very good question, but one thing the city does do, Amy, is in the early days, on the 8th, we were telling residents that if they believed they were in a vulnerable area, to seek higher ground. So it does get difficult, but that's also why we have swiftwater rescue teams standing by, and we let people know that if you do have a car, but you're just not comfortable driving, we will transport you. Really the best answer there is to just ask people to remain vigilant and to seek higher ground. I'd rather see someone sit in a vehicle outside the auditorium for 3 hours when it's not needed than have to go to their home and get them because we've closed roads and they're flooded.
Yeah, I was thinking more people outside the city, like from, surrounding communities, that sort of thing. So it was just kind of a confusing message, not anything on the city's fault. It was other folks talking about that, so.
Thank you. Michael Booton, did you have a question? Michael took a break from the meeting, so we will move on. Pam and company, how are you?
Hi, I'm so glad to be here tonight with you all. I think that Pam Wilson from the Barre Up Board, Shauna Trader is attending via Zoom, and I'm going to actually pass the mic and let the team here just introduce themselves so you know who you're speaking to.
I'm Matt Russick. I'm a resource construction manager. We're working along with Barre Up to do the muckouts currently.
I'm Kristen Bauman. I'm the director of the Aldridge Public Library, and I sit before you tonight as the treasurer of Barre Up. And if I could just say one quick library thing, we have trained staff to help people who walk in the door with 211, and we have dedicated a computer to that, so please come in so that we can get that 211 reported.
Remlinski, I'm the Barre Up construction manager, up and doing all the rebuild stuff, and we got some other resource people here that have been helping out doing rebuilds and mucking and gutting in the community lately.
So introduce them so I can say thank you.
Hello, board. I'm Marshall Hartman. I'm working for Resource doing flood recovery and muck out. I have a lot to say. I think I'll see as a city, there's only so much money. You can't be looking 3 to 5 years out. You gotta be looking 10 to 15. They say if you can see it in the air, it's a hazard. You said our treatment water facility plant did not leak. If it happened to leak and that's in the air, that's hazard. I think everyone needs to take this more seriously, such, etc.
We take it really seriously. Trust me.
Thank you.
So I want to actually begin, before I say anything else, I want to say such a big thank you to every single person who has stepped up to be a part of this, including our resource and our youth development program participants who have been mucking out basements tirelessly, not just for days, but have been working on this long-term recovery over the last year with us hand in hand. It is a big deal. And one of the things that we have just been thrust into, we think about natural disasters as, this response comes in stages. And we talked about that a lot last year. What does a recovery cycle look like? That there's emergency response. Please go save lives. Call 911, do the emergency stuff first. And then there's cleanup, and then there's long-term recovery. And ideally, you want to get through all those cycles before you shake that snow globe and have to start doing all of them at the same time all over again. So we have people who are progressing through this process and areas of our city that are progressing through this process now in a really jumbled way. And it might be different household to household, property to property, where one person who has never flooded before all of a sudden is in the beginning of a process, and the next person next door was halfway through their recovery process, and now they're launched right back to the beginning emergency response moment of it. So this is going to be really dynamic, guys. This is going to be really wild. And please step up to help, and thank you everyone for your grace and patience as we figure out how to help each other. So a long-term recovery group is a model that FEMA encourages for having long-term connections within municipalities and regions, so that after helping groups, after the larger scale helping groups, after the out of the area relief organizations go home, there's still somebody back home continuing that work of the long-term recovery. For folks getting them, you've heard the phrase making survivors whole again. That doesn't happen in the first stage. It doesn't happen in the second cleanup stage. The process of wholeness is something that's unique to every single household. And what we've been focusing on at Barre Up is trying to figure out what long-term recovery strategies look like for an extraordinarily diverse municipality. And it's been an honor to be a part of that work and get to know our residents this intimately and watch them get to know each other and watch them learn how to help each other and meet each other and build connections. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about what's happened over the last few days. And then I'm going to make an opportunity for the other folks who are up here with me to speak. I want to give you a sense of what was happening for us while you got to hear what was happening for the municipality. So as soon as the rain started, we started hearing from residents who we've been working with over the last year. And that started, for those of us who've been building those strong connections, like Prem working hand in hand with residents, there were people who were getting in touch, not just with Nicholas, but also texting us in the middle of the night, saying like, what's going on? Are we gonna be okay? What should we be doing right now? And there were out-of-town folks who were saying, I'm on vacation. Please know that I'm not home, so that we could kind of be checking in with each other, or we could know to have neighbors check on neighbors, or have a sense of what places needed to be on the radar for early the next day, as soon as it was safe. This was really everybody put on your own oxygen mask first, and then as soon as you're able to, go check on your neighbors. Kind of citywide experience, and thank you, Barre City residents, for stepping up to the task so beautifully and looking out for each other. So within the first couple of hours, we started receiving outreach from neighborhoods, and we started responding to that. So I'm going to give you some of the first stats that we were able to put together that represent our work within the first couple of days. So these are 48 hours old at this point. And we were able to have about 98 outreaches to individual sites. So a building, an address, in this case, because we have a lot of multi-units, when I say an outreach, it might be we heard from 2 different tenants in the same building, but those 2 tenants might not even know each other, and they might have very different stories and experiences. So we're going to talk about people. We're not going to talk about buildings. I'm going to trust the information that our city is providing in terms of structures and buildings, and I'm not going to talk about building-based destruction, but I'm going to talk about people. So we had about 98 outreaches within that first couple of days. And in terms of helping offers, we had about 100 offers of help within the first few days. And we began dispatching volunteers from the library lawn to do all kinds of labor, whether it was, I know this person's car is broken, go bring some water to their house, they're by foot. Or I know that this family has a pump, but they're going to need shovels for as soon as that basement is empty. So we were getting tools and supplies to where they needed to be, as well as labor to where they needed to be. So as of this afternoon, our back of the envelope calculation is that we were able to do about 318 volunteer tasks with new volunteers on the ground. And that does not include the work of our 4 resource teams that were out in the field already with Prem. So that's huge, and I am so proud of everybody who stepped up. I'm going to just pivot to talking a little bit to how to get a hold of us, because requests for help are coming in much more quickly than we are able to get teams capable of doing this heavy, hard labor out to places. We're going to be back at the library, at least for the next few days, weather permitting. If we can't be outside, we will make a alternate plan. At the library, you can walk up, you can get information about, I'm here to help, where should I go? You could get information about, I need help, where should I start? We have runners out in neighborhoods who are knocking on doors and saying, we heard you need help. Are you home right now? If I send someone with shovels, will you be here to figure out how to direct them and tell them what you need? So this work of figuring out how to pair the volunteer teams that are there with the homeowners is a really dynamic process that's taking a lot of back-end coordination as well as a lot of being present. The best ways to get a hold of us, I'm going to give you a phone number. It's the Barre Up Google voicemail, and you're going to leave a message and we're going to call you back as soon as we can. That turnaround time, depending upon how busy we are and how many hands we have on deck, may be anywhere. If you're lucky and it's a slow time and we're at the tent and we can be checking messages, or we've got somebody who from their home is remotely checking messages, we can usually get back to you within the window of an hour or two. But if it's a time that all of our teams are out running around the neighborhood, you may not be able to get a hold of us for a day or so. But we're going to get your information. If this is an emergency, we want you to call EMS. We want you to call 911. If it's anything related to medical health and safety, building structural support, we want you to call 911 or to get directly in touch with the city or dispatch. But if it's non-emergency, we're going to get to you. We're trying to triage the most important. We're trying to get places as dry as possible and pumped out as possible. That's our priority. So our number again, that Google Voice is 802-227-2635. You can also email us. The email is info@barreup.org. If you do not have strong feelings about who shows up at your house and you just want the first available person, it could be Barre Up. It could be a church group that's in town. It could be Team Rubicon, disaster support services who are in town. You can call Crisis Cleanup, which is the other number that was that Nicholas referenced. That's going to put you within the Crisis Cleanup system. They're going to ask you questions and they're going to do a little intake. That's going to put you up on what's described as a digital Craigslist style bulletin board for all of the relief organizations that are looking at the map saying, I wonder if we should go to Vermont this weekend and help out. Now, that phone number is 802-242-2054. So that flags you for the first available help. It also flags you as needing, if you need an electrician, we don't have an electrician today. If you are an electrician who would like to come do a little pro bono work, get in touch with us. We will figure out a pathway to help you do that. But larger crisis relief organizations sometimes have the skilled labor. So utilizing Crisis Cleanup is another way of flagging, of putting your hand up and saying, I'm going to need this. There's no promises around what the timeline looks like, though. And there's no promises that a team of plumbers or a team of electricians is going to look at us on a map and say, that's where I want to go. So when they say no promises, if they see nobody in Barre City is reporting any needs on crisis cleanup, it is likely that we will not raise to the level of anyone's attention. So that would be another potential advantage of putting yourself within that system. It gives the both the state and the outside relief organizations a little bit of a view into what's happening on the ground. So that is how to get a hold of us.
Ask you quickly. Do you think that it would be more beneficial to call crisis cleanup first before calling you guys, so that way, on the grand scheme of things, they're maybe seen by more organizations? Because you guys pick off that list as well, correct?
We do. We are here physically in town right now. In Nicholas, have you, in terms of relief organizations who the city knows are coming and is ready for, like, you will be letting folks know, or we will be letting folks know, here's the outside groups that are in town that we know about on a regular basis, right?
Yeah, and it'll be Southern Baptist, I know are deploying, Team Rubicon's deploying, Red Cross is deploying, Joe, Mennonites? Salvation Army, and, yeah, yeah.
And each of these groups have different divisions and skill specialties. And if they see that we need a certain thing, like, wow, they need a ton of help with feeding in Barre, then they're going to respond in that way. Or if they see, oh wow, they need more of this kind of labor versus that kind of labor, it helps for that kind of longer term planning if you're in crisis cleanup. So Michael, to answer your question, it really is,
Yes,
it's down
make
to
sure they're
resident
on that list,
preference.
And then Barry Up can kind of help them from there.
Barre Up can see that list as a long-term recovery group. And I would say it is up to the resident. But yeah,
I'm
you
just
can certainly do
Which way
both.
is going to be the quickest way for them to access services? And it sounds like, in a nutshell, that if they call crisis cleanup, they're going to get put on the larger list that all the other small agencies like you are going to be able to help pull from. And then if they need to call you guys, maybe they wanted to follow up with you guys to have a specific team of Barre Up individuals come, or maybe they're already working with you and they feel comfortable as well. But I just kind of wanted to kind of make sure it's clear, where the triaging can happen most effectively. Because it sounds that if we're just calling Barre Up, we're then not including the other relief organizations that are within the community, because then they're, from my understanding, wouldn't be able to pick from those jobs because they wouldn't be available on that Craigslist job board type style.
Yeah, so certainly one advantage of putting yourself in both places is that whoever sees you first, there you are. And then residents, if a group calls you saying, hey, I'm available to work on your house, and for whatever reason it doesn't feel like a good fit for you, I would encourage residents, you are always able to say, no, thank you, I don't think this is a good fit.
Absolutely.
If we're not a good fit for you, absolutely, just say, no, thank you, I don't think this is a good fit. And I would encourage any resident to say that about any helping organization that shows up at their home. If it doesn't feel comfortable for you, for whatever reason, it is totally fine to say, no, thanks. Any other questions about crisis cleanup there?
Can I speak up, please?
Yes.
You got to call everyone. You got to call crisis cleanup to get on the big list. And you got to call Barre Up because we're on the ground and we have been for 6 days. These groups we're talking about, they ain't even here yet. So you got to call both, okay?
Shauna might be a little more insistent than I am right now. I'm gonna say everybody take on what you can handle, and Shauna's gonna say get on that list, get on those lists. Tomorrow, we will post hours as soon as we look at the weather forecast and get a sense of what's going on information-wise after this meeting. I think we're gonna go back to the email and have a lot of offers of, hey, I need help, and hey, I'm coming into town tomorrow, what do you need? So right now, we've got to look at that, and then we'll post on our Facebook page library hours for tomorrow. Anybody else?
Yeah. I've been 6 days. Oh boy, where is the time gone? Yeah, I've spent 6 days. I've been in probably 24, done work in 24 homes. Most of those homes are still not finished. Most of them are flooding right now, from what I can imagine. And some of them won't be standing through another flood. And I'm very seriously saying this. Last flood may have been worse, but I saw massive granite foundations fall out that were not so bad the last time I went in them. And that's terrifying for residents. I had a bunch of people that were coming here tonight, and every single one was like, I gotta go take care of my house. I spent the day driving around with sandbags with the resource team, putting sandbags up around homes that we are terrified are going to collapse. And it's not I truly believe, and the residents truly believe, it is not their problem to be coming up with money to elevate, coming up with money to figure out where they're gonna live. If the city can't handle 5 inches of rain, and this is gonna happen every time there's 5 inches of rain, that's crazy. And every single person is like, the culverts are too small, or the drains are clogged. Why is this being put on me? The buyouts are not enough for people to pay off their mortgage and have a down payment to go anywhere. It's really not an option for a lot of people, and they don't want to hear about it. They don't want to have people from the city keep telling them about the buyout. They're aware of it, and they know about it. They know how little it is. And I have people who owe quadruple what the buyout is on their mortgage, between what they owe on their house and what they owe on loans to fix their house up to where it was that they just got it out. I don't know what the answer is, but it's bigger culverts, it's clean drains, it's a river that doesn't have a bunch of debris in it. Maybe we need more beavers, I don't know, but there's something going on, and I don't think it needs to be put on the resident, and that's how they feel. And that's what everybody asked me to say, is that it shouldn't be on them. 5 inches of rain should not flood a city. You know, and people would like to see these things happen. They would like to see reports on the culverts. Are they big enough? Is there somebody gonna come in and tell them that the culverts are big enough to keep their houses from flooding every time? Foundations are going to start collapsing. And lifting these houses with granite foundations it's not possible. Like it's possible with a lot of money. You know, we're gonna see the north end crumble pretty soon, and people see it, they know it, and a lot of people know they have no other option than to sit in their house every time it floods and have us come by and assess it. You know, how many houses have we been in with crumbling foundations from this last storm? Several. We're unsafe in these houses, and it's raining today, and people are freaking out.
We're the granite capital of the world, and we know all this water runoff comes downhill. But there needs to be more structure. I see up by the Hope Cemetery, they put that one water drainage in, but we need like 10 more of those, and they need to be upsized and not one that take a whole summer to do. I understand that's a state project, but
Yeah, people are just not happy. People are struggling, and there is no place for people to go. These buyouts are not enough. These elevation, it's going to cost a lot of money to elevate, and nobody can afford it with how much money they've taken out recently on, yeah? Okay, there we go. Cool, yeah. It's just, I think that this is the big thing. It's gonna be super expensive. Easily, those 24 houses that I've been in, all these people wanna leave. All of them are ready to leave. All of them want to get the hell out of here and go someplace where they don't have to freak out every time that it rains. And this storm, even if it is just an inch or two, could, with the groundwater saturation where it's at, will flood homes. And some of these homes have big sinkholes next to them, and I can't get around quick enough to put sandbags around them. They wash out. It's crazy. Yeah, people don't want to see water bubbling out of their storm drains when there's an inch of rain, and they're doing nothing. You know, they're filling up, and that's what we're seeing too, is that they're filling up where we put a little bit of mud in the road and it just all runs downhill. So people are scared, people want to leave. There's a housing crisis. That's what I keep saying every time somebody points a camera in my face, that this is a bigger issue. And if we need to get rid of short-term rentals in this state and let our residents here move someplace else if they want to move someplace else, or we need to find someplace else for people to go. But there are people who are terrified to be in their homes right now, and they're scared, and they don't want to do the work anymore. They're tired. I'm tired, and they're tired of us coming in and ripping their stuff out and then coming back in, and slowly, it's slow work. We were lucky we had a resource trailer full of tools right at a homeowner's house on the corner of Main and 3rd, and we were able to just get to work once we all found our way to the north end, which took forever. But there's so much work to be done, and every time it rains, it's gonna keep flooding this summer. Like if these things are just backed up, it's going to keep flooding, and I don't think it should be put on the residents, and they don't feel like it should be put on them either.
Cliff Notes, it's been a hard week. What questions do you have for us? One thing I would actually add is the other piece of what we've done. We did meet with Senator Welch earlier today. All of the other regional long-term recovery groups that are stood up and had the ability to be away from their active work to take an hour-long meeting with the senator. We did bring up to put on his radar the challenges of both these homes that neatly fit in FEMA systems and this new cohort of homes that have just cohort of homes that we have that are doubly or triply flooded, sometimes in ways that mean that they were stuck in the middle of a process. And so we've handed him our list of here's what we think residents are going to need answers for related to the nuts and bolts of their FEMA processes if they were in the middle of doing the steps that they had been requested to do to change to come into compliance with their floodplain permitting. So we're doing our best, guys. It's been a long week. What questions?
Council?
So what you're seeing is a combination of overflow from the river, overflow from storm drains, and it's sort of making a slurry of stuff. Does it seem? And it's repeated damage to the same houses, so that it's just going to weaken the foundation. So it's, even if it's not as bad, the structural damage is worse. And people have a fine sense of that, right? The people who are living in those homes have a fine sense. Do you think people have a fine sense of how much the weather has changed and then how much it's going to change?
They didn't build their homes there. They just happened to buy them, and there's no place to go.
And so, Sam, that might be many of our residents absolutely do. And many of our residents are in absolutely impossible situations and they know they're in impossible situations. One of the questions that I have been fielding today from many people is how many residents were displaced by the flood? And I have to then back up and say, I need you to tell me what you mean by the word displaced. Do you mean that they were taken out of their houses in an emergency evacuation? Do you mean that their houses are unsafe and they are someplace that is safe to be right now? Do you mean that they know that their houses are in a subpar or a risky space and they are in them right now actively because there's nowhere else for them to go? I feel like our residents are not in a space where they don't understand what a range of options are. They are just trying to figure out what of all of the options on the table that feel impossible or bad or hard or heartbreaking, which is the one that they can most tolerate right now. And what an impossible place for every person in the city who is engaged with the flood in any way has to navigate.
Did you discuss with Senator Welch the possibility of FEMA trailers? Bad idea?
I don't trust FEMA for anything. I've been around the country. I don't trust FEMA for anything. I've heard, didn't they drop them off a while ago? Where they sit?
Decided not to.
At this point, in regard to FEMA trailers, we will say the phrase, it's too soon to tell. If FEMA will be a part of this new experience, the first thing we have to do is document our damage in 211. Think about this like 211 Fill the Boot fundraiser. If we do not meet the thresholds for 211 with our documented damage, we will not get whatever limited or whatever FEMA solutions are on the table or may be on the table will only be on the table if 211 damage reports are filed. And that's something that I hope that we can communicate throughout, not just here in Barre, but throughout other regions and other sister towns that have flooded, like Plainfield and other sites.
Yes.
Well, I'll defer to Nicholas.
Mine's directly related to Councilor Stockwell's question. FEMA trailers cannot be in the floodplain, so that eliminates a huge swath of land here. Last year, we, when they were looking for sites, they ended up settling in Montpelier, which didn't happen. But during that process, we also showed them Prospect Heights because it just needs infrastructure, and that was not an apt site for them either. So we would have limited options for those in Barre City.
I was more thinking of them changing their requirements and becoming more flexible.
FEMA?
That was
No, I mean,
Councilor Stockwell. We said that. That was
eliminate the requirement that bought out properties have to remain green space. That is
Yeah, I get it.
asinine. Whoever thought that up, they need to retire. Because there is a way to build, look at the transit center in Montpelier. Look at City Place. City Place received landscaping damage, that's all. The transit center had to clean up a little bit of mud outside where people park. And that right now, as you talk to people about buyouts, that is the reason that the city is not affecting more buyouts. Because that space has to remain forever non-occupied and non-taxable. When under the right circumstances, it could be a perfectly buildable lot. And to your point, Prem, we're in this for the long haul. I won't be here I don't think any of us here will be here when we get to the end, because the end game is incredibly expensive. It's incredibly time consuming. I mean, think of if we got the entire $90 million Vermont Emergency Management Fund, think about how long it would take us simply to deploy that money and build those homes with the current construction capacity that we have. So, what we're committed to doing is just coming up with the best. We appreciate partners like you, because in the short term, you're taking care of our residents and helping them get cleaned up, helping them get cleaned out, making sure that mentally they're in a good place, or at least the best place they can be in. I don't know that they're in a good place. And this is a long-term proposition. This is not something that is going to happen in 5 years. It's going to take longer. I think we can make a big difference in 5 years. I think we can build some of that housing, flood resilient housing in the North End, something larger so that people do have a place to go. So if you try to save a home that's very expensive to save because it has a granite foundation and you want to raise that home up, well, think about it. Where does that homeowner go when that work is being affected? Well, right now they don't have any place to go. So, I hear everything. I hear the frustration. I see the frustration. And it's hard to sit here in the days and watch our constituents suffer. So, I can assure you we're working. I am convinced, I started the meeting saying this, riverbed maintenance has to be on the table. It is going to be on the table. I'll find my own excavator. It doesn't make any sense to upsize your storm system if the river won't accept the water. The storm system's going to back charge. That's what's happening now. We have storm systems in the city that are perfectly functional. The Potash Brook that runs, that is an 8x8 culvert. It's huge. It runs under the whole city. I suspect it's difficult to maintain, but it certainly carries a large volume of water. You can see it back charging on Summer Street and then running down Jefferson. So we hear you, I hear you, and we're going to do everything we can to make it better. Yes.
And this is to piggyback on this, and not to have you all sit here and listen to us talk for the entire night, but this is a complete failure of government at every level. This is the second time I've delivered this speech today because we were in a meeting about housing and homelessness earlier. It's a failure. It's a shame that we are pitting residents against the municipality when it comes to tax base and municipal funds. It is a shame that the state government is carrying over, in order to balance their budget, 1,000 vacancies throughout the state, and those are jobs that are not being filled, and these are constituents constituents who are being affected by not being able to get the services they need. Meanwhile, you have a federal government that refuses to introduce a tax structure that is actually progressive, that brings in dollars, and you have people who pay no income tax building spaceships to go to the moon as pet projects. It's an absolute disgusting failure of government at every level when you have people like the chief, like Jill, like Nicholas, who are doing, like yourselves, who are doing everything they can every minute of every day, and we still have granite foundation crumbling beneath us because we just refuse to actually invest in our communities. And it absolutely drives me nuts because per the FEMA and developing the green space that can't be developed ever again, it's asinine bureaucracy, it's unwillingness to tax the rich, and these things are talking points, but they have real impacts on people. It's I've been saying it for a year, it's contractors and bags of cash, and we have not received either of those things from either the state or the federal government since the last disaster, and it's going to keep happening until we can actually have government systems that are, the oxymoron, fast and efficient, because we can't wait for FEMA reimbursements. Plainfield is broke, and they have millions of dollars of road damage that they have no money to fix because they're still waiting on FEMA reimbursements from the last storm. So thank you so much for filling the gap to the best of your ability that should be filled by the different governments that we have throughout this country. And it just is absolutely disgusting and pisses me off to no end. That's it.
We have a few people with their hands up.
Ellen Kay?
I believe Danielle is ahead of me.
I'm sorry?
Danielle.
Oh, sure.
Thanks,
I
Ellen.
believe whatever.
I wasn't sure we're talking about river management if we're talking about dredging, and I do want us to be very careful about this, so we know instances where dredging can be helpful, but we know that there are instances where it can actually be very harmful and actually exacerbate some of the issues that we're seeing in our rivers. And I think we're seeing that with the Stevens Branch right now. You would probably, Edgewood Brook, you'd probably have to dig that thing 100 feet deep to contain the water that was coming through that brook. And you think I'm kidding, but I'm not. The volume of water that was coming down Edgewood Brook, the culvert that is currently there could not pass that water. And that's why it flooded. That's why Cliff Street flooded, not because it was clogged. And we actually watched the city staff trying to unclog it and then coming to the realization that the culvert is just too small and the water is too much. And so you could dredge that channel and dredge that channel, and it's not gonna prevent that water from flooding over. And the deeper you dredge it, the higher those walls get, the more likely it is that's just gonna fall in on itself. The same thing with the Stevens Branch. It's the reason why people just keep pushing and pushing materials into the Stevens Branch itself. And so that's not helping the situation either. So I think before, as citizens, I think we need to think about the fact that there are science-based solutions, and we actually do have river scientists who work for us, who are public servants and can come talk to us about what does dredging mean? What are these solutions? How to think about these solutions? And I know that we also have funding and unfortunately a study that's not going to start until next year to model and look at our river systems to help us determine what are the most feasible ways that we can improve the volume of water that's coming down during these storms. And I want to say to people too that these storm events that we're seeing, these are bigger than we've ever seen before. They will continue. There are going to be a lot of challenges in terms of what we can actually do to mitigate those impacts, especially in those lowest lying areas. And I think another thing we really need to think about is we need to think about environmental justice, because what we know is in a lot of these low lying areas, when we look at the demographics, that we see people that have low incomes that, and we just heard it, aren't able to afford these fixes. And the people that are living higher up on the hills that have higher incomes, they have houses, they have impervious surfaces that water is flowing off of and into our streams and our stormwater basins and ending up in the city and affecting those people down lower. So we really need to think about it large scale dredging is not the only answer. And we need to talk to the people who have been studying this, have experience with this, and really think about, like you're saying, Tom, this is the long game. We got to be careful about making disastrous short-term decisions. And thank you for giving me the time to speak on that.
Amy Gelford?
Can I take my turn now? I did have my hand up.
Oh, you put your hand back down, Ellen, sorry.
Just trying to let you know that Danielle had been ahead of me. Kudos to Danielle, who is a river expert. And I hope that we are listening to river experts. Water has to move. You make it go faster. And I'm not a river expert, but I understand that when you make water go faster, it ends up somewhere. And everybody lives downstream of somebody else. So I hope we will listen very carefully to the river experts, understand that we are in the middle of climate change, which is causing all sorts of collapse. So old solutions are not going to work. And as for environmental justice, this is a city with a huge number of renters, a small number of owners of those rental properties who are not being held accountable for repairs, for upkeep, for helping those tenants be an integral part of this community so that when they get washed out of their homes, we don't even know where they went or if they went. This is really different. I've been noticing the difference this week. I hear that Plainfield is suffering, and I know that they are. But the contrast between these two towns is stark to me. The people in the Heartbreak Hotel, which was a multi-unit, long-term home for many tenants, those folks are connected to that community. They are getting incredible support from the entire community. They have fundraised tens of thousands of dollars per person so that they will not have to just go away from that community and never be heard from again. The difference is they were long-term tenants in a community that they could participate in and actually call home. So I call on the landlords in this community and the slumlords in this community to start being responsible to tenants and to the homes and to stop gobbling up all the property and allow for people to actually, who live here, to actually be part of this community and have housing security.
Amy Gelford?
Thanks. I had a question for the Barre Up folks about what they're seeing in terms of hazardous materials. I know Central Vermont Solid Waste Management District is setting something up at the auditorium, and I've just seen stuff, when I walked by the Vine Street dumpster the other day, somebody had carefully set aside some petroleum products separately. So I'm just wondering what you're seeing, because hazardous materials could be just in the floodwater itself, cars. There's a car on Caddo Place that's been there for over a year. It flooded July last year. Eventually the license plates disappeared off of it. But to me, every time that's flooding, it's hazardous. And then the fuel oil tanks. I've heard about some that tipped, and then also one that ended up in someone's backyard because it had flooded from somewhere else. So I'm just wondering what Barre Up is seeing, and if they're, if people even know. I'm the kind of person who's compulsive about my recycling and that kind of thing. But if I was in the middle of a crisis, I don't think separating my debris into the careful piles would be the first thing on my plate. But I'm just wondering if people, like what you're seeing, do people even know, or are they getting help with separating that? And then in terms of getting things, say, from the dumpsters, up to the auditorium, is the city able to do that? Do you need state resources, and are you getting that?
Amy, we're probably seeing a lot of the same things you are, because you are one of the folks who is always so locked in to paying attention to the neighborhood around you, and I want to thank you for that. And I always really appreciate your updates of, has anybody seen this? Has anybody noticed this? And your willingness to share that and let us know. I'm going to actually ask Matt.
Yeah, from what I can tell is most of the homeowners haven't even put anything back in their basement yet. Probably better than 90% of homeowners have had all their utilities moved to their first floor and their basements are just vacant, and that's probably part of the reason why their foundations are collapsing on them now, is they just don't give the time to their basement because everything's been moved up. So hazardous materials haven't really seen a whole lot. I think we've only came across 2 fuel tanks in total that were in basements. One of those was a fuel tank that can't be removed from a basement from the prior flood. So I would say there's hardly any hazardous materials besides what's coming down the river.
Thank you. Anything? Yes.
Just to give you the mic a bit, Pam, could you talk about some of the jobs which Barre up? For example, we had a homeowner who was confused as to why volunteers couldn't remove their hot water tank that was still hooked up and halfway jankety. So could you just talk about some of the, if folks are listening, some of the stuff that Barre up volunteers can do for homeowners?
Take it, Prem?
Or residents, I shouldn't say homeowners, I can do for residents.
Yeah, we're working with a lot of renters right now, which has been interesting. A lot of people don't know what their landlords are doing. They're like, I don't know if there's water in the basement. I haven't seen my landlord. I haven't heard from them. I'll let you into the basement. Please, you know. And we're just like, I can't work with like electrical stuff that's hooked up. I mean, we definitely had a few close calls with electrical stuff in basements already. People that were just passed over from the last flood, they were just so happened to slip through the cracks. And then this flood came around and they feel like they're being doubly penalized for it. If things are hooked up, if we could get it unhooked and we have a team to remove it and feel like we got a place for it to go, we can do that. But I'm not going to work around or put my volunteers around like fuel and stuff like that. So we're generally just, we have some numbers we can call, we pass that information along, or we just call ourselves and try to get that stuff taken care of, especially if there's stuff that's like fuel in the water in the basement. We try to avoid that and call the right people to do that. But we're removing most debris that we can get out of a door, out of people's basements. And like Matt said, a lot of it was taken care of last time, and a lot of people don't know what's going on in their basements right now. Yeah, I think it's just whatever's gonna help them get their stuff out. That's not gonna, you know, like it smells like shit in people's basements. Like I know I come home smelling like it every night, and it's like that is hazardous. Like we're mucking out basements, and like we're asking like how much do we take out? And I was like, whatever of this sits here is going to always be here, and it will always like continue to waft up into the first floor, second floor. So we're working on just getting that layer out and anything inside that's gonna like stick around.
And really depending upon, every property is different. In some cases, that means we need a lot of people with buckets and shovels. In some cases, it means passing mud out through a small window. It's different house to house. Right now, it's a lot of getting water out. It's a lot of getting mud out. We are still in water and mud patrol mode. And we'd love to be able to see a little bit further ahead of us to say, okay, here's what we need to be prepared for. But it's a little bit too soon to tell. If folks do, I mean, one of the advantages to putting yourself in crisis cleanup is that it does flag you for ongoing saying, I'm going to need this, and then I'm going to need this, and then I'm going to need this, and then I'm going to need this. And there are no promises that will result in someone's in a highly specialized group saying, oh, we can handle that. I want to do that job. But it does just bring one more option to the table. For both this immediate response, it flags you for saying, I'm going to need this now, but it also gives you an opportunity to say, I'm going to need this later, and I'm going to need this 6 months after that. So if we're thinking ahead of time to furnaces, boilers, heating systems, mechanicals, electrical work, there are definitely advantages to putting oneself in crisis cleanup, because I know we don't have that today, and we probably won't have it next week. So.
And also, if it would be great if like the city could get a structural engineer to come hang out with some people, like I don't know enough to know what's going on in somebody's basement, but I can tell there are many basements I'm in that I probably shouldn't be in, and homeowners shouldn't be in, and tenants shouldn't be in. And I know there was money for elevations coming around. I'd say rather than elevate a few homes, fix some foundations for people. Like like I can't get a foundation person to come to town. I can't. Like I am trying. I have homeowners that are trying, and like I can't sleep at night. I'm like, oh man, is tonight the night that house is going to fall down? You know, and it's at the point where it's like, do I get under and do we go under again and put cribbing up? And like maybe, you know, we are at that point where nobody is returning our phone calls. And if they are, they're saying like, I'm booked out through next year. And like foundation help is going to be so important. I'm desperate, like literally desperate for foundation help and structural engineers.
And we've called in every favor we have to structural engineers who we personally know. So we're going to cast the net a little bit wider.
So last year, we were able to.
Joe, can you come up to the mic? Yeah.
So last year, we were able to put in a request to FEMA for structural engineers. It's a special request through. So if that's the case, we really need you to communicate with the fire marshal's office so that we can get eyes on those structures. And so that if we need to put in for a special request to the FEMA structural engineers, we can do that. We did that in the past. Portland Street was a perfect example. So if that's the case, get a hold of myself or Nick, and we can get that rolling through there. So. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I have a lot of comments.
Hmm?
I have a lot of comments.
Go for it.
No, I'm good.
I have just one.
Of course.
Brief thing, which is that later on in the agenda, we will be talking about the draft flood resiliency plan for the whole city. That has a lot of things that we have discussed that residents have brought to the city's attention beforehand. It's still a draft. We're still working on it. Hopefully we'll address many of the things that you've brought up tonight in the longer term, right? And I know you're in response mode still, but when you move out of response mode, I hope we'll have some significant time with Barre Up and with the residents that you're working with for their feedback on the plan and what they think is important for them to see in it going forward. And we're going to discuss next steps for that plan later on, but I did just want to put a pin in that now and hope that we'll be able to work with you on that.
Thank you. Council will move on to the river program update. Thank you for your patience.
My name is Steve Kelly from Central Market Regional Planning Commission. We've been working with Roy and Alex, and we also have Will Pitkin, who is also from CVRPC, that's been assisting with the river program. We've met with pretty much everybody on the city staff. Last Friday, we just got to meet with Brian Baker and review his ideas as well, and collect any information on that. And then we also toured the sites we've been looking at in the city, trying to finalize a list of prioritization. With that, I'll kind of let Roy take it away. Roy or Alex.
So first, just want to say it's we came and did some site tours and saw some of the recent flood damage. So our thoughts are with folks trying to recover here and around the communities. Just a quick flashback. This is advance assistance associated with last July's flooding. And the idea is that we're trying to develop a few flood mitigation projects to apply for FEMA hazard mitigation grants funding in the next couple months, bring some substantial projects to the city. And right now we have an initial list of projects that we want to really introduce to you. We don't have time to go over the whole list. But our thought was we would leave the list with you, a map, and just have some general discussion about it and some of the project ideas. We've talked about a bunch already today during this meeting. And then the goal is in the next council meeting, we'd come back and really try to prioritize those lists and pick top 3, 5, 8, whatever we want. And that would send us off to do some high-level design work and benefit cost analysis, which is the necessity for hazard mitigation projects. So for example, if we wanted to work on one of the bridges, there's a bunch on the list, some of the culverts. We do have some of the buyouts that are ongoing that we got off a list. And then we've identified some that are kind of, that have some flood mitigation potential. And I guess I'm going to turn it over to Alex to sort of like, we have a few options. We have a presentation to show some projects that have been going on around the state and other communities. We have the list and the map. They're a little hard to see. They're pretty comprehensive. And some of them are a little more far-fetched ideas, and some of them are actually, everyone's pointing to Berlin Street Bridge. Like, this bridge has some serious issues. I guess one thing I want to just say before I turn it to Alex, there's sort of, in my mind, there's a few levels of flood mitigation, right? You remove something from a flood zone, that structure, those people are no longer subject to the flood risk. And there's a whole mess of issues tied up with that. Where do people go, our tax base, and so on. The one thing I'll say is, we see a window of a community, and in our profession of water resource engineering, we're always looking at floodplains, flood maps, where they were 50 years ago. And so there's sort of different development patterns that happen. And we're kind of in a snapshot now where, especially in Barre City, like along Stevens Branch, like all those floodplains are occupied by our businesses and homes. So we're kind of dealing with that as we're seeing like sort of off the chart rainfalls coming through our region now in the last couple of years. So the one thing is kind of moving things and people out of those ways. The second thing is, if you do a project, can you locally drop the flood level so others right around there can live safer? And then to me, there's a third sort of bigger project category where can you really change flood capacity and storage? And that's like, what's going on in our flood control dams or big floodplain areas, like acres and acres upstream or downstream, that really change the way flow moves through the next, a portion of your community or the next downstream community. So kind of different tiers. And I think the solutions that, we've spent, our whole society has slowly been kind of moving in, and now we're slowly kind of moving out, is sort of the general trend we've seen. And it's sort of a combination of all these factors. Like, that is going to be our solution. Like, we're going to need some big flood control areas, big acreage set aside. We're going to need some flood proofing all over, some local flood drops, some better conveyance around bridges and culverts. And that's sort of just something I wanted to share, because we're talking to a lot of communities now that are reeling from, a back-to-back year of pretty substantial flood damage. So I guess with that, we could talk about a couple specific projects or walk through some examples. And I don't know how much, we're not clear on how much time exactly we have, so
as much as
choose your adventure.
As much as you need.
Yeah. So I don't know.
No, seriously. I mean, we want to make it, look, if it takes an hour and a half,
yeah.
I'd rather be respectful of the work that you've done and have you give a meaningful presentation than get home half an hour earlier. Okay, so whatever you need to do is fine.
Take it where you want.
And if you want to prompt me, I'm running the slides from up here,
Okay,
so
thank you.
just let me know when you.
Sure, yeah, I'll also just introduce myself. My name is Alex Marcucci. I'm a water resources scientist working at SLR. We are the consultants that are helping Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission on the river project. So as Roy mentioned, well, we know that flooding is a complicated problem, and it requires a complicated solution. So, we have this initial list of kind of project ideas compiled, and the most resilient solution is going to combine kind of a number of different types of strategies. There's no one right answer kind of that'll fix the issue of flooding. It's a very complicated solution. So we did compile this list, which I believe was sent around to folks. in coordination with the city administration and the Regional Planning Commission, and kind of reviewing previous studies that have happened within Barre City, and kind of pulling out all sorts of project ideas from what we're hearing from folks at the city and Regional Planning Commission, and things that have been kind of looked at in the past as well. And we're kind of looking to prioritize this list now, as I mentioned, and get some of these to the concept design phase, which they can kind of go through the hazard mitigation grant funding program thereafter then. So if it would be helpful, we do have a handful of slides to just kind of show examples of some types of projects. So you'll see kind of a number of different types of projects on here. Of course, buyouts are on the list. We have floodplain restoration on the list, a lot to do with bridges and culverts as well. So the first slide on there is just kind of a general overview of the process for this river project, where we're kind of collecting project ideas. And at this point, we have this initial project list that we're looking to review with you all and discuss at the next meeting as well. And from there, kind of looking further at a handful of these sites and coming up with concept designs to move forward with. So a project type that you'll see on the list a number of times is floodplain restoration or floodplain reconnection. This is actually a rendering that we prepared a number of years ago for 5 Home Farm Way, which is upstream of Montpelier. So for floodplain reconnection, it's a really important strategy to kind of identify these areas where we can, maybe there's fill along the river or something, the river's not connected to its floodplain, where we can lower land, opportunities that we can lower land and allow floodwaters to expand out onto the floodplain, kind of settle out sediment and debris and lower the energy that's kind of moving downstream through the channel. So this is one example that we worked on in Northfield a few years back. So in this example, this is Water Street in Northfield. Was it Irene, where there was a lot of flooding in Northfield? And so there were 10 homes that were damaged, and those were acquired via buyout. And the whole area that used to be the former neighborhood that land was lowered adjacent to the river, so that they could allow for kind of the expansion of floodwaters into that space and preserving that space. It's now a park, a community park. The residents are able to go there and use it recreationally. And that was a total area of 3 acres that was restored floodplain. Some other types of projects include bridge replacement or bridge retrofit. This example is from Jeffersonville. I believe that is the Brewster River. And this is an old bridge that was majorly undersized. It was kind of a pinch point that water would back up behind and kind of flood upstream homes during flood events. So it was identified as kind of a bottleneck for floodwaters. So what we worked on was kind of the redesign of the structure that also incorporated a little bit of floodplain restoration. So you can see the bigger structure, it's much larger now, and there's also a restored floodplain kind of on one side of the stream channel that allows for that space for floodwater expansion. And in the past few events, since this has been completed, they've seen kind of reduced flood levels upstream of there, where we used to have a lot of issues with flooding. This is also in Cambridge. So on Route 15, is there an undersized bridge there?
There was like a very small culvert.
Yeah, so there's a small culvert, and they used to see a lot of backwatering and a lot of flooding kind of associated with that. So the design here was overflow culverts. So sometimes those can be helpful to allow floodwaters to pass under the road in areas that we know water is getting backed up behind a roadway. So this is kind of a larger example of floodplain restoration that we worked on down in Brattleboro. So the Melrose Terrace neighborhood was an affordable living kind of community with a number of buildings located in a flood hazard area. And after Irene, there was significant flooding there, and a lot of the buildings were damaged. So there's also kind of a bridge at the site, a road and a bridge at the site. And this is the first example here, shows an overflow culvert that we designed and was constructed to help floodwaters pass at that bridge location, because the bridge couldn't be upsized, so they added the overflow culvert there to help floodwaters. And then on the next slide, This shows the restored floodplain area. So 11 buildings were removed from this site. And the land that the buildings were on was lowered. And it says 28,000 cubic yards of fill, and it was a total of a 4.4 acre floodplain restoration. And we have heard from Brattleboro that they've been seeing some downstream benefit, and as far as reduction of flood levels kind of in the other neighborhoods that are across the river from here and a little bit downstream as well. Sounds like it's helping to reduce floodwaters.
One thing about this project, it was linked with a large housing project. So the folks who left that spot moved to this other housing area that the flood levels are lower around it now.
So some other examples of types of mitigation actions include floodproofing, as we know. So there's dry floodproofing where you install different measures to keep water out of a building. And then there's wet floodproofing where you kind of change the design of the building such that it can flood. And then when the water recedes, it's easier to clean up, there's less damage. And then also building elevation also falls into kind of general floodproofing category. Next slide. And there's just a few schematics of different kinds of options, and this kind of applies for residential homes. Of course, super important to be kind of relocating utilities, so either moving them up to out of the basement to a floor that is above the flood elevation, either indoors or outdoors as well. And then just some examples from larger buildings of types of flood barriers that can be installed, and these can be, they're removable or retractable, so typically they're put in kind of in advance of the flood to keep water out. And this just shows kind of a resilient building schematic that shows how a building can kind of be redesigned via elevation and kind of moving those utilities and whatnot. So this is an example here where we looked at a hydraulic model and kind of identified structures that cause flooding issues. So you can see, looking at the river profile, which should be kind of more of a straight downward sloping line, that sometimes these structures can cause backwaters if they're undersized. So removing those undersized structures as well as reconnecting floodplain can kind of help floodwaters expand and cause fewer issues. Do you want to talk about specific projects?
Sure. So, our project work and our broad list kind of landed upon a few key projects. We've talked about the Trestle Bridge briefly. It's a bit of a bottleneck debris catcher. And so that's pretty high on the list. Maybe you go to the next one.
This is footage from just after the flooding last week from Michael Booten, but you can see the debris just accumulating upstream of the bridge. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with the issues at this bridge, and there's been back and forth with the city and the state, of course, about it. So I think we're looking at bridge removal as an option at this point, and that's kind of a high priority project on the list currently.
We've talked about this bridge today already, Berlin Street. And so, potential redesign of the bridge to bring the beams up and maybe a little wider and try to do have some areas for debris to sort of shed off the side of the bridge there. It's bubbled to the top in a few reports as well as our discussions. So it seems like a target project as well.
Jefferson Street.
Yeah, this is Jefferson Street. So a big debris area where you have a couple streams coming together in the trash racks and debris catching. Some of the things we think about are where can we create storage for debris to accumulate in a safe way without sort of flooding. And, this could be a spot where you could sort of excavate out. We worked on a project several years ago where there was an idea to sort of like pull all this fill back and create like a bigger bowl, so to speak, so the debris could really build up here and water could pond up. Just a thought, and a thought for a project.
Have you walked back on that? Have you walked back on that water?
Like back upstream a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not a little bit. A lot of it.
I mean, we kind of followed the path of the culvert on Friday, like Potash all the way down, and then kind of followed the two paths and landed in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So before it creates damage there, it also creates damage by Courier Park. If you trace it up from Courier Park, you'll go to Delmont Street. If you trace it up from Delmont Street, you'll go to Lincoln School. That is has about 6 acres of open land. It's a ball field.
Yeah.
And if you go up from there, you'll be at my driveway where the Lieutenant Governor drowned in 1927.
Oh, wow.
And there's another 3 acres of land that could easily be donated. And the riverbed is, in terms of where the highest point is 30 feet down. So why don't we look at, I guess one of my questions, and in some respects, I'm not a river scientist. I'm an accountant. I can tell you how to do your taxes, but I can tell you how to account for flood damage and how to take advantage of casualty losses, but I can't tell you how to control water. But why wouldn't we go further back from before it gets to Courier Park? Why wouldn't we go back to Lincoln School where there is 6 acres of ball field available, where we could try to store and control the water so that the debris, there's no debris there at all.
Yeah.
And there's no debris on Courier Street.
I think those are good ideas to look at. The issue is the slope of the river is it's a little bit steeper.
Very.
In the valley. So naturally the river is in a transport state there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the problem with especially a storm like this. You have a high intensity, higher elevation storm, rain comes out and kind of rips through the tribs, and then it comes down to the lower areas, and as it does, everything wants to deposit because the slope of that land. And that's where you get a lot of our confined channels all over the state and region. Like, so Potash, we kind of built right up to the edge, and then we're asking it to receive all that, and that's kind of the conflict spot.
Mm-hmm.
You can we'd have to maybe go up there and look at the channel, like even in some of those steep zones, there are these narrower floodplains and they do shed debris, ice in our region. So those could be viable projects.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is like here, all of a sudden that transport energy kind of goes away and it's flat. And so this is the spot where you want to catch, the debris is going to want to preferentially come out. But it's certainly worth trying to grab a couple spots along the way to shed that debris and try to catch it for sure. Yeah. Let's see.
It's the same spot from
Overhead.
above.
Yeah.
Last week.
Aerial.
So,
Gunner's Brook.
what's that? Yeah, here we're on Gunners and Brook Street, and we're right upstream of the debris catchers, and clearly there's a lot going on here. The river sort of jumped out. Kind of seen this a couple times, sort of up where those trucks are. Again, the river's losing slope here, comes into this small floodplain neighborhood sitting there, came on to Brook Street, flowed down the road. We did sort of look at the bridge. Brian said the bridge actually has been performing okay, but we're gonna have another look at it. But the river kind of is jumping out here, and then the debris catchers sort of serve their function by keeping the debris out of the culverts, but also it creates like a wall of wood and a big flood back up there. We've seen that there's a few homeowners who are choosing to consider buyouts in this area. So we're kind of thinking about, with those buyouts, we've sort of looked where they are. Is there the potential to, you can go to the next slide if you'd like, to sort of grab, a bigger area to kind of do a little more storage and again, try to get some debris out of the river in a safe spot here.
And if I could, I'll just add quickly, just on this backside, the homes visible on the bottom right have called in today about buyouts. So there's even more, the ones that the council, that we were pursuing were the ones on Harrington Avenue. Today I got calls from those folks there as well. So I think there's additional opportunities for floodplain restoration that didn't exist yesterday.
When just about the buyouts, like it's a sensitive topic. It's always a little uncomfortable, and what we kind of did was put sort of a river flood safety, flood resiliency lens on it. Try to like disconnect a little bit and just sort of think pretty broadly, and sort of circle an area where, wow, if we could really get a big storage spot or debris catching spot in this whole area, like it could really benefit like a community beneficial project. That's kind of where our minds are at. So in that circle, there's a handful of buyouts who had approached the city and are on that list. And then there's a couple that aren't, and we suspect, kind of Nicholas, as you just said, that a couple more are now who are kind of back in recovery mode. So we kind of want to keep those on the list, maybe for you all to sort of look at and consider those areas. Just to throw that out there.
I think that's it.
Talk about any other ones that we didn't have slides for.
Yeah, a couple that were interesting. So so Brian really had a thought that doing a hydraulic model of Stevens and Gunners and really evaluating the bridges and the culverts that are in the city is like a really important need for them, both from a drainage perspective, as well as from a river flow perspective. So we can sort of, for example, doing topographic mapping, setting up a hydraulic model and putting floods in and saying like, what if we just imagined half the bridges weren't in the city anymore? Like would a certain size flood go through there? Just, alternatives to really think a little wildly about how can we pass a flood through the city in a safe way. And then there's a hydrology study to say, well, which culverts are undersized from a drainage perspective? How do we need to change them? Which ones can we raise? What's possible? And it's a little tricky because our cities have sort of evolved over time. Some people, sometimes culverts get thrown in, they're not mapped properly, the elevations and whatnot. So there's a couple studies that Public Works really thought are really important targets for the city to kind of really elevate the knowledge about what's going on at those bridges. We have a lot of anecdotal information, rules of thumb, and observations, unfortunately now, to go on, but also the modeling is really valuable to sort of say, well, if I'm looking at Berlin, if I take out the trestle and elevate Berlin Street 3 feet and widen it 5 feet on each side, what do I get, for that in terms of the size of flood that comes through here? So that was one idea. And we did actually have, if you see number 8, develop a sediment management plan for Stevens Branch. And this is a river management tactic that
but when you say it, everybody screams and calls it dredging.
Yeah, and there are towns that you're in a receiving mode. Again, the transport capacity of the channel drops. You have a lot of encroachments along the river, undersized structures. So like down in Bennington, what we did was we set up a hydraulic model, evaluated the sediment, and said, what's the design capacity of each bridge? And when material comes down, if the sediment starts building up or debris builds up, not in a flood mode, but in sort of river, like small scale, flows through the bridge, as it builds up, what level do you reach? Does the bridge come out of its design capacity? When can it not pass, say, the 25-year or 50-year flood? And then you'd get a permit to kind of go in there and clean that back out. As Danielle said, there's an art to this, especially when we live so close to the rivers now, because if you start cutting these things down, those vertical walls are going to collapse and the river's going to run around and cause some real havoc. So there's a bit of an art to that, but some limited movement and making sure the bridges have that capacity for the next big flood. is taking place in a couple spots in the state. So that is another alternative to kind of set up some sort of program for that.
Do we have, do you know if we have complete mapping of the city storm system?
At least from the map I've seen, Danica shared with me, I don't believe so.
So it's not complete?
No, it's rather old map, actually. And a lot of those are old historic structures. I know the ones that go in there at the end of Summer Street by the old school over there, they are not completely mapped. And that is one of the things Brian wanted from that hydraulic study, was partially as well to have them mapped.
So we know, I mean, we know there's a very large culvert that runs from Summer Street in the vicinity of Depot Square and then to the Stevens Branch, but we've never run a camera, I mean, that I'm aware of. We don't even know the condition of that culvert.
No, and that's part of the issue with that is in this day and age, that's a confined space entry. So it is very tough to actually go in there to do anything. So that's one of the things that we discussed was, and I know it came up actually in the after action review from last summer when CVRPC and VM did that for the city, that does need to be, examined, and really no one is quite sure how to do it because it does have flowing water, so you can't run just a standard, drone through it because of the flowing water. And there's pipes that actually we know also crisscross that in certain areas. So, even being able to see, is there debris building up where those pipes go through, anything like that? I know.
Yeah, and we've tried to look for ways to safely get a person down there, and we haven't found one yet.
Yeah, it's a solution. I know the city staff and we, the region actually are all, we've all tried to think it through and figure out a process to do that. We still haven't come up with a good answer yet. But yeah, that's definitely a problem.
Question?
Quick, I'm picturing like a little paper boat with a GoPro. But my actual question is on the buyouts that you have listed on here. Some of them have pluses next to them. Which is that Scampini 5, 12, 15, 25 plus, is that and possibly others or?
Yeah, the plus is really that in our work, in our thinking about could we get flood benches or floodplains reconnected to the river and a little more conveyance and storage capacity, that there's a few others around that would be valuable to consider.
And then Nicholas, not right now, but at some point it would be helpful to see which of these properties we've already
Yeah,
which have applied or not.
These are, all the Scampini ones have applied and have been approved and have been, by approved, I mean, we've sent them off to VEM for processing, and they're on the city's list as well.
But also on Vine, River, Granite, are those all, I'm just not sure. These are all from the city. These ones are, okay, great.
Yeah. There are a few that are outside of this area, but we felt they didn't provide flood mitigation benefit, which is the driving kind of goal for this project, so we did not include those. Yeah. There's also some small dam removals that elevate local flood levels, so you can see up on Stevens, the concern for these structures, they're small, Brooklyn Street is pretty much breached, so none of them have capacity. They're filled with sediment and water. In a big flood, they locally elevate flood levels, and should one of those things break during a big flood, it will send an increased flood wave down into the city. So they're obsolete, and they're design projects moving forward through Friends of the Winooski River, and we're working with Trow and Holden on Brooklyn Street. So that also feels like sort of obvious projects to just do flood mitigation on. Those projects are pretty much moving forward at some level. So if the city said, let's just make sure we get rid of those dams, they could be the construction funds, because they're under design right now. So that could be an application. And again, there's no set number of things to apply for. hazard mitigation grants. Actually, some of the projects that Alex showed, a few of those were hazard mitigation grant projects. The bridge in Jeffersonville and the over bypass culverts were all HMGP projects, excuse me. So like we could pick a certain number and select those and kind of advance those. And then if during that sort of more data collection and some of the analysis process, a few of them jumped to the top in terms of benefit locally, you know, maybe that remaining handful would be the applications that the city would submit for those grants.
Peter, you had a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Almost all the suggestions are wise and probably will help. What I am stuck on is the cumulative effect of essentially hollowing out the center of Barre, and then thinking that we still have a community within the current 4 square mile boundaries. And that's a struggle for me because much of the suggestion has very much to do with transforming traditional neighborhoods. And I'm not sure that the politics of this and the practical socio-economic aspects of this are as carefully crafted as the hydraulics. Thank you.
Would you like?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think I'd respond by saying I completely agree with you. In fact, our job was maybe to put some blinders on initially to sort of just think of flood mitigation potential opportunities. And then the reason we're here and we're going to be back here the next meeting is to say what might rise to the top of our community desires. And we don't want to start to move this neighborhood out. We hear this a lot and completely understand it. I mean, we even heard at the last city council meeting that I attended, a housing study, like we need to find places to put people in our cities that are safer to live, especially with all these repeat damage. We've heard that several times tonight even. So I completely agree and understand. I guess I'd maybe just leave it there, that we have to make some decisions. If people start coming to look for buyouts, I think there's a land use change that's going to happen, and there's an opportunity to try to drive risks down while the decision making is being made. That's kind of the only thing I could say.
And that's, you know, obviously that's your challenge. I mean, that's everyone's challenge. Exactly. We have limited resources. If we had unlimited resources, boy, we could fix it. But obviously we have to prioritize these projects, you know, lowest cost, highest impact. Well, that's what's going to make it to number one. But there's also the modeling part is really fascinating to me, because I was looking at on the 10th, as we sat in the EOC, I was frantically, you know, Googling what 2 or 3 inches of rain would likely do in Barre City. Well, those models don't really exist. And it would be really helpful to know, as we're looking, you know, we were looking at the storm passing through tonight, you know, 1 to 2 inches in a fairly short period of time. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, where is the river? You know, asking Joe, where's the river? It's at the 3-foot mark. Okay, well, what does all that mean? We don't really know. I mean, that modeling in and of itself, so that we could do a little more prediction, would be really. So when you were talking about doing some modeling, I'd be all over that. Amy Galford, do you have a question?
No one's surprised I have thoughts about the Berlin Street Bridge. You know, I had mentioned before cleaning up there at Green Up Day, and one of my coworkers from DC and I were in there, you know, pulling out random trash, leaving a lot of sticks and debris down there. You know, if we had all day and a bucket brigade of people, we could have gotten a tremendous amount of lumber out of the bridge. You know, looking at that picture of, I have similar pictures from by the time I walked over as to what we saw earlier for the Berlin Street damage, but, you know, talking to people near the bridge, I asked them how high the water got, you know, and it was bad again. And I feel like this storm was more of a debris than last year. Like a year ago, there was nothing we were going to be able to do about 7 inches of rain, right? Like that was just an unbearable amount of water. But I was astounded when I drove down to Berlin on Sunday, like down to Price Chopper, and it was like, it didn't flood down here. We had something different happen in Barre. It was debris based. And again, it was happening at the Berlin Street Bridge. So I'm seeing like really high tech solution here, like elevating the bridge. Then I look at that picture of Gunners Brook near Brook Street, where it's not completely solved, but those debris catching posts are doing part of the job. And I think in some of these city plans, trying to control the debris for Blackwell Street and Berlin Street, like we're not controlling the debris. It's just getting under there and clogging again. And there's got to be some low tech solution that could be implemented in the next 6 months. Like not even dredging, like just stopping the literal dumpsters from going down and getting caught under the bridge and the 6-foot trees and the 10-foot trees and that sort of thing. So I would love to see some kind of, I know it's not as glossy as elevating it, but I think regardless of all this grant funding, we've got to come up with some kind of short-term solution. And then the city staff can clean it out easier if it's not under, right? Like if we can keep it out where they can actually keep up with it. And I know they've been looking at it. I've seen them on Berlin Street out there looking at it. I'm partly wondering about Berlin Street, like what elevating it means. Because if you walk around that area, so behind RK Miles used to be Allen Lumber, those concrete blocks are sinking into the river. Looks like the new concrete sidewalks got undermined in recent storms. And the Washington County Railroad is right there. So like when you're talking elevating the bridge, are you talking about elevating beneath it? Are you talking about elevating the entire bridge? Because if it's elevating the height of the entire bridge, that turns into, is the state gonna let you elevate the Washington County Railroad? Are we gonna block the driveway to RK Miles? On the other side, I see 18 Berlin Street is on the buyout list. And that would certainly keeps getting flooded and could maybe be reconstructed, but like, what about 15 Berlin Street across the street that keeps flooding for those tenants there? Like, if you raise Berlin Street, is Berlin Street going to be in front of their front porch? And, you know, further down, we have houses that are in the mapped floodway. They show up on the city GIS and the ANR GIS. They're in the floodway. They're in the 100-year floodplain. And they were denied buyouts so far. And they flooded 4 times now. They flooded July last year, December last year, when the Berlin Street water main broke, and again. So believe me, I've got a master's in aquatic resources. I believe in hydrology modeling, but like, I think Mother Nature told us the answer there. And it breaks my heart that they can't get a buyout and move on with their lives. So I hope that plus is going to include some more houses right on Berlin Street, because to be giving people really different answers whose houses are literally a few feet from each other doesn't really make sense to me. One other thing about that area, and I've brought this up before, maybe not when this particular guests were here, is there's a lot of warehouses and granite sheds in this area that have a lot of hard roof surface. A lot of that is flowing right into the area above and below the Berlin Street Bridge. Is there anything we can do about, you know, just like we talked about the break in the storm, right? A pause of a little while lets the river kind of catch up and lets our drainage system catch up. You know, we need like industrial size rain barrels in the north end to help with some of that. And again, I'm trying to think of things that are not, you know, $10 million projects that are going to take 10 years to do, but like, what can we do in the short term? Is there something we can do with stormwater management? And the mayor asked about some of the culvert mapping. All of our outfalls into the river are on the city's GIS map. There's a little purple asterisk you can turn on. and see where all the major outfalls are. My street, Foss Street, apparently flows to Berlin Street, goes over and must pop out north of the Berlin Street Bridge. So like the runoff from my driveway is going around my neighborhood and upstream of the Berlin Street Bridge. That makes no sense. There's a lot of runoff points in there. So I think, it's little bits and pieces, but maybe it would help with part of the picture of the Berlin Street Bridge is why are we routing water upstream to create an extra problem? And one other thing I'll say is obviously we want to bring these resources to Barre City, but what about Barrytown? You drive out east of 302, there's the old glacial deposits that are calving off on the sides. There's all that water coming in from Barrytown. We're kind of fighting a battle here, but if the water and the sediment are coming from the hillsides, is somebody working with them on projects? And not to say that I want the money to go to Barrytown instead, but if that's going to fix the problem, because if we're taking Barrytown's mud and it's showing up in downtown, and then downtown's mud and the next storm ends up in the north end, like we gotta, just like the mayor was talking about, following things upstream. I think on the sediment and the water, we also have to go past the city boundary and look upstream of it.
Danielle, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to remark about the study. So this is just really exciting to see that you all have been doing this work. And it seems like you've taken a lot of the feedback, hopefully that's gone into some of the community discussions that were led in the different wards. Because there was a lot of information that came out of that and maps that were given to folks to identify problem areas and things like that. So I hope you've had access to that. And then I just wanted to share some information from a publication called EOS that's run mostly by the National Academy of Sciences. And they put together this report that looked at the 5 key needs for addressing flood injustice. And so I think it's really important because I think applies very strongly to the things that Peter was talking about, the things that Amy has talked about as well. And then I think also it reflects some of the things that the presenters have discussed. So number one is improved data and mapping. So that's, one of the main things is like, Amy saying, what are like our quick fixes, things that will take the least amount of time that we can do to get improvements. But then looking at like, what are the things that we really do need a flood model to help us to start to prioritize and say, how do we make the best decisions? Another piece is community-led solutions, which I think hopefully is part of, what we're doing right now, but hopefully follow up discussions about these different solutions as well. And looking at like, what other ideas do people have in terms of like, creative ideas for thinking about housing and so that people aren't just leaving the city. Then the big piece that, maybe speaks to what Teddy was upset about, and that's policy and funding alignment. And I think that's something that we've struggled with because we kind of know what we need. And the hard thing is getting the money, but then even administering that funding as well. And I think Tom spoke to that about if we got $90 million, the ability to spend that, what that would look like. And then another big piece is holistic risk reduction. So that's looking at the social, economic, and environmental factors. So like we did the work with the blinders on, and now thinking about, okay, what are these other issues like poverty and housing, right? Which is a big thing in the city. And then equity and recovery and reconstruction and making sure that we're addressing the needs of the most vulnerable populations. We have Barre Up that's been doing a really amazing job doing that work. So as much as like everything is like really hard and seems insurmountable right now, it does feel like we are hitting those 5 different those 5 different tiers to doing this good job. So I just want to put that out there and say thank you for that work, and I'm interested in follow-up. Like I guess what the next steps are too. It would be good to know what those are, and if you think that we'll be able to do that modeling in the semi-close future of our watershed and upstream of us as well.
I guess there's all those great comments, last couple questions. I think the one the one thing I'd say about this particular process, because I think this river and this HMGP is one component of a lot of things that's going to happen, is, the idea is that we're going to try to develop some projects and an application to get, some millions of dollars coming into the city through FEMA. I do think there's a lot of other things, like I really like some of the short-term thinking and ideas like that. I think that's a really important component of that. That almost feels like this work to me feels like it's going for bigger long-term projects, like a big bridge project or a big infrastructure type projects, or a bunch of work in a target area. That's kind of the style of project that Hazard Mitigation Grant has funded in the past. So I don't by any means want to say this is the only thing we need to do. There's a lot of other smaller projects, and we actually can look upstream. I think that's a very important consideration. You mentioned, Mayor, like looking up potash, and certainly looking into Barre Town. If there are big floodplain areas, we can collaborate, because that is important part of this, is creating some upstream flood storage. So.
Sorry.
Peter has his hand up again.
Oh, Peter, did you have a question?
Well, just an observation. I think people are pussyfooting around the fact that decision-making is lodged in the realm of political solidity. The city of Barre is a particular political entity. For better or for worse, 30 years ago, the RPCs it was hoped, would be able to go beyond the local communities and do some land planning with teeth. That failed. So now the city of Barre has a way to do some mini projects, but not the overall political realignment, which would somehow allow all our citizens, both town and city, to participate in figuring out how to craft the future. And the Barre City cannot craft its own future by itself. That's for me, that's the big enchilada. I have to think about political realignment between areas which are sharing a watershed, but not a political entity. Thanks.
Councilor Gustin.
On the sort of collections of bios that you've put together on this list, I don't see necessarily an immediate what the bio would be for. You described a couple of possibilities for buyouts, and we described earlier tonight buyouts that were maybe not permanent green spaces. So knowing that this is essentially FEMA pass-through funding, does the permanent green space requirement apply to these selections of buyouts, or could some of these collections of buyouts be state-administered funds that could be replaced with different types of housing that might be more resilient?
These are for the hazard mitigation funds, so it would be the FEMA, and this is where ideally, these are the locations that it would maximize. So if you were accepting that green space, this is the place where you want it, because it's going to allow some level of channel widening or something there to create some flood storage and hopefully lower the overall flood depths in those locations. That's why these ones were chosen.
Got it. So all of the buyout clusters proposed on this list are all for floodplain respiration,
Yes.
green space. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we reviewed the entire list that the city had and looked at which ones would actually be flood mitigation. Because the other ones usually are just either too far away from the stream channel or something like that.
Thank you.
Councilor Deering.
I've been fielding a lot of calls from people out on 302, really just talking about ways that we can cohesively work together from the different communities to build a better watershed, to have better river management tools at our disposal, and that we're not having one community pitted against another, because as we know, especially the people out on 302 that are coming into Barre, when those roads are impassable and the floods happen, their quality of life changes. So a lot of the people that then come into Barre are also being changed. So how can we work on a more regionalized approach to get some of these things done? Because I would also imagine that there would be more resources available, because it's not one municipality, but it's several municipalities. I just think that it would change the game entirely. And how can we facilitate a process that way to get people who are really all on the same page together to get things done? I mean, we're having a lot of these small conversations in different communities. You guys are talking about that as well. But how can we really bring it into a big focus to bring a large amount of people together to say, look, we need to make this a more regionalized approach, because this small city stuff is just not working.
Yeah, it's a great point. We've kind of known about the watershed approach for a long time, but honestly, in 30 years of doing this work, it's not till the past decade where people are really getting more serious about it, as we consider storage and naturalizing the watershed. So there's been a lot of talk now, after last year's flooding, of upstream working with communities, and you're seeing some groups like on the Lamoille, like all the communities are starting to meet regularly to talk just about this, like watershed storage, because like you said, everything, here, Berlin, Montpelier, I mean, it's all connected, and upstream from here. So I think it's a great point. We're seeing a little bit of shifting of that, but I think it's got to take some effort, for folks. Maybe the RPC is a avenue to do that. But the other thing is the state is now adopting approaches that are incentivizing floodplain storage. And now you're seeing towns all over, downstream towns all over the state, like connect with communities upstream about naturalizing storage.
Okay.
So I think we're all moving in the right direction, but it's going to start to take a little more work to reach out and get communities together to start almost having, not necessarily on the flood recovery side, but on the flood mitigation side, having a conversation as a watershed community outside our political boundaries, like Representative Williams just said. I don't know if you want to add anything on the regional.
So one impediment for cross municipality collaboration a lot of times is the local match. So usually with FEMA relief funding, 25% of that has to be paid for by the municipality in which the project is happening. And so a lot of times when that benefits to say like Barre Town and Barre City, if Barre Town is investing a lot of money in reducing flooding in Barre City, but doesn't get a lot of benefit within their own town lines, that can make them hesitant to do the project that would benefit you or other downstream cities. And so this is actually a very good opportunity for this, because the state is covering that local match, so there's not really that disincentive for upstream towns to work with you. I think we're very open to upstream solutions that aren't in Barre. I think maybe with floodplain restoration, if you have ideas, we definitely want them. I think with floodplain restoration in Barre Town, maybe an issue, two issues, and please correct me if I'm wrong, river scientists, is just the amount of floodplain that would need to be restored to significant, like far upstream, to significantly reduce flooding in Barre City. And I think also Roy addressed this before, of like the Barre City lying at the bottom of the steep slope. So there's a much bigger impact for downtown Barre City, or specific areas closer, and yeah, it's only so much water that can be reduced by way upstream.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Looking for mitigation opportunities anywhere in the watersheds at this point. Whether that's a berm removal in Plainfield or in Cabot, or any of the upstream communities here in Orange, any place, Washington, wherever it is. But yes, we do need to basically organize along a watershed-wide focus and kind of change the thinking that historically has been here of one town, stopping at the town boundaries. And I mean, it's a benefit of last summer, I guess, theoretically, but it finally seems to have moved that dialogue of people at least starting to think about, we have to think about this wider, and we've seen it at the region that even a lot of the upland communities are discussing that as well, that everybody realizes we're all in this together and we all have to figure out how to solve this together because no one community can do it on their own.
Yes, Danielle.
Yeah, I have a question actually. It spurred a thought talking about the outside of city limits and development. So I'm kind of wondering, I know it seems like you're focused mostly on, well, it's the watershed, kind of like the river corridor area. And I'm just thinking about in terms of stormwater and what being able to look at the city and say, okay, let's say, so Edgewood Brook, which I'm not sure if that's one you're calling potash or if you're talking about potash. I'm a little confused with the river names because Edgewood Brook flows down Belmont Street. Potash Brook essentially parallels Courier Street, as far as I understand it, like the local names. So in Edgewood Brook, I was looking at that watershed and I noticed that I think the development, there's a development that's been being built from 2015, and I think they just kind of finished it up. And they do have stormwater associated with it. I'm sure it doesn't handle the storm volumes that we received for these rain events, but it was probably accounts for almost an eighth of the impervious surface added to Edgewood Brook. And so that's one of the things I was thinking about too, is have we thought about municipal planning from the perspective of saying, oh, we have these watersheds that we know if we build a lot more impervious surface within this watershed, it's going to, cause this much more rain volume from storm events, ending up in the river and raising the water levels in the low-lying areas. Is that something that you can look at when you're doing that modeling, is to understand when do we get to a density of development that's going to have a significant impact, on the city that might happen outside of the city?
It's kind of a different question. The hydraulic model is the rivers and their floodplains. So dumping water in at the upstream side of the channels and watching it move through the channels and the floodplains and the bridges. What you're describing is a hydrologic model, which is the generation of runoff that eventually lands in those rivers. And yeah, that you can do that. We've done that in various towns, and many people do that work to say, well, if the land use changes, how much more runoff if we go from woods, or if we, go from into grass or impervious surface or buildings, are we generating more runoff in the subwatersheds? Then you can sort of find these runoff hotspots or how they could change. If you, for example, implemented your zoning fully, you could say, build out, how does that runoff change? So that is another planning tool to understand maybe where you could promote development and where you shouldn't, to move people out of these risky areas down in the floodplain that we've been talking about a little bit today. So I think it's a great idea. Could we apply for that as part of this? There's no sort of, I guess some of these planning studies we have to sort of maybe reach to make some justification, because you don't have a benefit, like a flood mitigation benefit on the ground to sort of justify against a project cost. But there's other planning grants. I think that would be a great idea. Yeah, for sure.
And anything we get out of this that, doesn't go through the hazard mitigation grant program through FEMA, as the region, we are going to look for other funding sources to try to find, we plan on keeping whatever doesn't make it through on this list, and still trying to prioritize these projects and trying to find other funding sources, whether that's clean water funding or anything else we can find to, make these projects happen. It'll be a good list to have just for future planning.
That's just welcome.
So my question kind of ties back to what Amy Galford was saying and some other things. The list that you've presented, I guess my first question is thinking about timeline? Like, let's say, can you tell me when do we apply for this? When do we find out if we get it? And then how long until we actually see the benefits of these projects? Because listening to our construction manager for Barre Up talk about how people are sitting and very concerned about the rain that's happening right now, what do we do for them? Because this isn't going to fix that for them. So how do we address that? Because I'm guessing these are much longer term projects.
You're exactly right. Yeah. So this is, sorry, this is sort of a different beast than the issues and projects we heard about earlier, for sure. And that's why I was sort of saying that this is sort of like longer term, big project thinking. We've had these projects implemented within 5 to 10 years of like this stage. So I think the pre-applications are going to go in, I believe, at the end of the year.
The pre-applications actually going on. Currently, the date's August 16th. There is still a chance that it could get another extension, but we're shooting for that August 16th, at least for the pre-application. Then VM will choose the pre-applicants that they're asking to go for a full application, which for HMGP is a rather lengthy application, and that's why this advanced technical assistance is very helpful for those bigger projects. Because if you don't have it, you're just not even going to get through the door on these, to be honest. So that's what we're here trying to help the city get those bigger projects, get that advanced assistance with Roy and his team, so that we can get those projects in. And then we'll complete, while working with the city staff to get those full applications in, those will go through VM for the final review to FEMA. Most likely, if we get to that point, unless we mess something up, those should be realistic grants. We should be able to get those.
Those are the December.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
We haven't been given a final date yet for those full applications. Yeah.
So, okay, so, but you're saying you think it's December that the final application is due, or when the final application would go to VEM?
What VM actually is pretty much the final.
Okay.
They do the final review. It's more of a, they have to check in with FEMA, but they review those BCAs. Most of that is handled at the state level.
And then it has to go, I'm assuming, through a review and grant process, and yes, you get the funding.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Then you go through the long process of getting to that contract and.
Okay, and then that's the 5 to 10 years you're talking
exactly.
about.
The overlap is that there are short-term needs, starting from flood recovery and now going into design and safety and homes. And then the question is, if any of these rise up to the city's choice, then it might impact your decision-making on where you do these shorter-term projects. So that's to me, that's the overlap. So you almost have a few things going. This is kind of, I don't want to say in the back burner, but off to the side, a long-term vision of like, all right, we're going to get a couple new bridges in here. Or a bigger infrastructure project, or maybe a big flood study for the whole city that we can get funded. And then you have like immediate needs, like we need to get some foundation things moving forward at the same time, but yeah, so.
Well, and I guess my follow-up to that is, if there are things that we can do, like replace culverts, and I don't know what we are capable of doing. I don't even know how much money we have. But if those are the kinds of things that we can do that are going to have some kind of measurable impact, and it won't necessarily rise to the level of this kind of a project, are those the things that how do we know which projects we should start doing, or we should start prioritizing ourselves right now to start doing them? And make sure we're including in our next budget cycle and, those kinds of things.
And that was sort of the reason Brian, Public Works was saying, we need to study the culverts to really know the elevations, because we're hearing there is some information out there, and we heard about, there's some on the atlas, but the mapping is partial, and there's some connections out there, and then you have some very unique long culverts that are all over the place and coming through buildings. So like, Public Works feels that's a really important need for the city, because once you do that, we were saying you sort of develop like project lists from a culvert study and say, okay, here, and it's going to be over years, you're going to start chipping away at that project list of right-sizing these culverts. And it's very difficult. Many towns are grappling with this right now because it's flat and there's not a lot of vertical change in these culverts, and they're crossing big areas, pretty obscured, and there's sediment moving up and down in the river. So that combination, you actually have water at times moving into the culverts and then also moving out of the culverts. So it's actually a lot more, it can be pretty complicated. So that's like its own study alone. And then there's kind of the river study. So I feel like these are really important needs for the city, whether they're funded through this river project or not, to really develop that project list so you can start chipping away at that, over the years.
Yes.
I changed my mind. So I don't want to say that we're going to have more floods. Certainly, we don't know when, but we're going to have more floods. People are vulnerable. There's not a lot we can do. Like, we could go out with shovels, but there's not a lot we can do. And we could potentially, I realize, make it worse. We could screw something up. So we need some sort of short-term thing that's going to make it's going to, as best we can, save people's homes. Some of which I realize we cannot do, but we need something that is doable. What is that?
It's, it is, Counselor, it is so complicated. I mean, first of all, we don't even have a map of our storm system. So we don't even understand whether we're mitigating at all. 3/4 of our storm system could be blocked for all we know and doesn't function at all, but we don't know. We don't have a map of it. We have a map. So I think we have to do that initially. Of course, we have to understand the flows of the river. Our storm system empties into the river. If the river won't accept anything from our storm system, it doesn't really matter if we have a storm system now, does it? So, all of this. And lastly, I mean, that list that you put up, 100 million, 200 million? I mean, these are, and we do it, and we're in the middle of a housing crisis. And people are screaming about property taxes. This is going to be a long slog. I'll be dead before you get halfway through that list. That's just the way it is. But if we do 1 or 2 projects, if we prioritize, maybe it's 5 million, maybe it's 10 million. So maybe instead of 50 homes getting affected, 45 get affected. And then 5 years from then, 40 get affected. I mean, this is a long-term commitment. And we like social media, and we have short attention spans. So, I mean, I will commit to that. I mean, we will apply for this funding. There is a 2-week extension, by the way, for the city of Barre. You're welcome. Yeah, Stephanie granted that the other day. I think they're actually going to do it for all flood-affected municipalities, I think. That's what she was talking about on Monday, or yesterday. So it's just a long-term commitment. In every municipality, it's going to be important to have regional discussions and to understand that what we do here affects Montpelier, and what Montpelier might do might affect East Montpelier, and what Barrytown does affects the city of Barre. But this is, it's good stuff. I'm excited just to get started and to do something. I mean, we can't do $25 million worth of flood mitigation projects, not without $25 million worth of funding. But we can do something, and we have an obligation to do something. And if everyone who sits here makes it a little bit better every term, maybe 25 years from now, it won't be as big a problem. I like the work. I'm really excited, but I really like the part I really like is understanding the hydrology, understanding how the river moves, and most importantly, understanding our own stormwater system that we don't even, I mean, it's ours, we own it, and we don't even have a manual. So. Have we disappointed you yet?
Not at all.
We'll try really hard not to.
No. Ask good questions.
No, it's important, and I suspect your work is really going to be, in demand.
But I mean, I really appreciate your statement. I appreciate your question and your response because, my mentors who are now retired now, I don't know, we were all sort of moving in a certain direction, and I do gain some optimism that we're moving in the right direction. Like we perseverate over a buyout, the loss of housing, tax base, trying to maintain our businesses. And at the same time, there are towns doing housing projects in safer places and kind of nudging in the right direction. And I think that's all you can really do is just keep trying to take all these different pieces, whether it's a flood storage piece, a mitigation piece, a better bridge, and just keep working in that right direction. And there's some things on here that are a little outlandish, like moving the walls back and having a parking lot that floods, but people are sort of thinking outside the box right now, just to try to find storage and keep people safe where we all live. So, and yeah, that's all you can do really.
And they're not, those ideas aren't really that outlandish. I mean, how many times, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know how many times between today and 25 years from today, we don't know how many times the city is going to flood. If you could tell me that number, then I could quickly calculate the mitigated damages and say, well, hell, you spend 50 million today because you're going to triple your money. But that's the problem. We never know those answers, and we throw our hands up when it does flood, and then another bright, shiny object comes along, and yeah, just needs to be different. But it will be. I think it will be in Barre. I really do. I think I can speak for the entire council. We're committed to making things better, or as better as we can. We're not unrealistic about the fiscal constraints. They're there. But I think we'll make sure that, our goal, I guess, would be every year we're doing something that's going to make it better. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Great list, by the way.
So one last thing, I mean, in terms of, we're gonna come back to a meeting.
I hope so.
Some thoughts on if you all could sort of look at the list and brainstorm. We're happy to take in other ideas, and we'll keep asking around for projects. Maybe we'll think a little more outside the watershed, but also like, what are some of your priorities, so we can sort of try to, adjust this list. This is really a work in progress, so we'd like some feedback from you all on.
Perfect.
Sure, a top 10 would be amazing.
Help us with that, picking those top projects, if you could just give us like a top 10 or that list.
Yep.
That'd be great.
We'll do that.
So when we come back to it.
I think they're scheduled on August 6th to come back.
We'll get it to you well in advance of that. We'll try to get it to you 2 weeks before that, so you can kind of take a look at it.
It could be the 120940.
Oh, I'm
has a
sorry.
question.
Yeah, there's someone on 120940. I'm sorry, that's all your identification says, but if you have a question, if you could just state your name for the record and ask your question or comment, that would be fine.
Hi, this is Judy Copping. I'm sorry. I don't know how to
Hi, Judy.
identify myself. I just have a question. How come we can't do a storm drain oscopy like they do on the sewers to see where these storm drains are blocked? I know my generation always talks about going into that drain over by Matheson School and coming out somewhere in the city when they were kids. I mean, yeah, that was probably 60 years ago, 55, 60 years ago, Ask Dave Noyes next time you see him. He'll talk about it. But I just don't understand if they can put a camera down the sewer to see what's there, or a camera up the chimney to see what's going on with the chimney. Why can't they do that to the water, to the drains?
From discussions with Brian Baker, he's not been able to find, yeah. But
Sharp turns.
Yeah, it's too many sharp turns, and he's not able to find anybody so far that, a contractor that would be willing to do that. And due to the enclosed nature now of that, current, both Vermont, VOSHA and federal law prevents that, because that would technically be a confined space entry. And because you have to actually put a tagline on a person going into a confined space entry with all those turns, it's not feasible. Because if there was rotting vegetation in there, you could have hydrogen sulfide gas, and literally 2 breaths of that and you die. So it's why that's not allowed anymore. So.
And we've all
Okay,
heard
then
the Judy, we've all heard the urban legend. In my day, it was Teddy Badeau, who
Yeah.
went in by the Rouleau Granite building and came out by Matheson School. So we've all heard, if you've lived here your whole life, we've all heard it.
Yes, yes, okay, that's the same story, but it was just in reverse. And the other question I have is, what about all the development up on Beckley Hill? How is that runoff not affecting us? And like over by 4th Street, and, where does that water up there, is it connecting to us and overpowering us? That development up past the cemetery?
It's definitely added.
It is, yeah.
But a lot of it also is just the climate change and the increased rainfall. I mean, our stormwater infrastructure was built for a different climate model than what we currently live in. I mean, I know, at least from working on the LHMPs, in the whole northeast of the country, they generally use the metric of between 1950 and I think it's 2012, a 71% increase in rainfall. And these extreme rain events are just that much more frequent. So we don't live in the same climate model of what most of this was designed for. We see it in all our transportation infrastructure.
And I just have one more question. What was the last year they did dredge down behind RK Miles? And how long since then? And then we started flooding.
Don't know.
'Cause I remember
Don't know the answer to
that-
that question, but more people are asking it, Judy, so I'm going to try to get you the answer to that question.
Because I remember them dredging it. I remember watching them dredge it.
Reggie Abear is still around. He's like 1,000,000 years old, so sorry, Reggie. I'll give Reggie a call in the morning and see if he can remember. Councilor Spaulding?
Could I ask a follow-up question about a top 10 list? So because you're the experts and we are not, we could pick a top 10 list, but should we focus on the risk reduction columns to sort of help with how to come up with our top 10 list? Because we want to obviously invest money in the thing that's going to make the biggest difference for the most people. And maybe that's, okay, we need to do this in the North End, and we need to do this for the Potash, Edgewood, Brooks, whatever it might be. Like, what are the things that we should be concentrating on as we look at this list?
That's a good question. I guess I would say, first off, the prioritization lists are semi-complete. That was sort of our initial musing. Some of them are blank in there. So I think I kind of view this, and it doesn't have to be this way. I think it's going to be pretty collaborative, where we'll share information on projects. As if you all come in with a top 10, maybe we'll do the same from maybe a more strict flood mitigation perspective, and then we can kind of bring together all of your knowledge of living here and the people and the neighborhoods and the bridges, and then maybe kind of help see where that aligns. Like, I think just some of your local knowledge and experience with the flooding and the city will be valuable input, thinking what could help on this list. I mean, we've kind of gotten some great feedback in our conversation tonight alone of some of the really important needs, like some of the studies, and it seems like Berlin Street really seems to be bubbling to the top. It's a very challenging project, as one of the commenters made, but it's a project that I think there can be some benefit to. So I would just say, do your best local knowledge, think about the projects and the areas and maybe say, you know, you may prioritize a project for non-flood mitigation reasons, and we could say, well, there actually is a fair bit of benefit to that. Maybe we could shape the project a little differently and include a, you know, a little more area, and then it becomes a really important project, and we end up running with that. So kind of a roundabout answer, but I think we'll sort of collaborate on bringing, you know, those final ones.
Makes sense.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all
We'll
very
see
much.
you soon. We'll hold up our end, I promise.
Very much.
Good luck with all of the ongoing work and great job. It's been pretty impressive to watch and hear and see. Unfortunate, but it's impressive to see all the communities working. So
Thank you.
Unfortunately impressive.
Council, we're at item 8C on the agenda. I anticipated incorrectly that 8C would be the longest. No, it's an important item, so I anticipated it would be the longest item. It's 9:30. I'm fine. I just want to know, I want to be respectful towards Councilors Wozniak and Gusson. They put a lot of work into this, and I don't want to rush through it in 15 minutes or 30. I want to make sure we give it the time it deserves. So your call. What would you like to do?
Defer to Amanda.
Let's do it. I think, and I'll talk about this in the preamble a bit too, but I think we covered a lot of the steps to get to this plan
Okay.
in our
Yep.
previous discussions. So we sort of made this conversation shorter by having the conversations over the course of the evening,
Got it.
is my
Yeah.
sense.
Then launch it.
All right. So as noted in the first page of this plan, this is a plan that was developed for council meeting June 25. We presented that. Councilor Wozniak and I asked for feedback from council, from members of the public and so on, and have incorporated that feedback into this next version of the plan. Thank you. Understanding and realizing that there are folks watching who were not at that June 25th meeting, what I'm going to do today is not necessarily go through the entire plan, but review the key pieces, highlight a couple of things, talk about what changes we made from June 25 to I think I hit send on this to Councilor Wozniak at 11 p.m. on Saturday night for him to look at until the version that you see today. And then what I really want to discuss, and we'll get to this at the end, is what we see as next steps. And I think that's a fruitful conversation for council to have. So key components, as you can see up on the screen there, of the existing plan, guiding principles that we discussed earlier, grant and funding opportunities, information and data gathering, community readiness and staff capacity, infrastructure and flood mitigation, housing development and repair. And if you've looked through the whole plan, which was included in the council packet so that people could review it ahead of time for transparency and input, under each of those sections, we listed both what the city has been doing, has done, and gathered from a variety of sources things that the city can and should be doing. A lot of those things are duplicated in some of the conversations we've had this evening. A lot of them, to Councillor Stockwell's question earlier, address both short, medium, and long-term flood resiliency work that has been talked about in the Barre Up presentation, that was talked about in the Rivers presentation, and so on. The two big new chunks that were added for this evening's presentation and conversation are a geographic area of concern, geographic areas of concern specific to flooding. And I want to emphasize that that was, and it's in the report, I'm not going to go over every word of it, but I want to emphasize for those looking through it that that's a quick and dirty, anticipating proper hydrological and inundation modeling reports, as we've discussed earlier tonight. But what it does is identifies neighborhoods and generally discusses the ways in which they have flooded in the past and identifies some of their key vulnerabilities. For example, the North End has a variety of flooding challenges and also has our public safety building. The downtown floods and also has our public works garage and so on. So that geographic areas is meant to be a guide to combine the suggested projects and apply them to neighborhood areas and think about them in terms of neighborhood areas. And then the added an appendix of resources that are some of the things that folks had shared with us and that were discussed at council meeting, links to stormwater master plan, the city plan, stormwater planning through the state of Vermont, and so on. I want to emphasize that likely all of this will continue to grow as we continue to add projects and continue to move out of a draft stage. So what did we specifically change from the first draft? Quite a lot of wordsmithing. Some of it was suggested by council, some of it was suggested by residents, some of it just needed to be done as we were looking through with a second set of eyes, tightening and cleaning up language throughout. Some funding opportunities were recommended in the last go round, and those have been added and linked to their various websites and opportunities. A couple of specific, one specific area under, I forget exactly where it was under, community readiness and staff capacity. There was an expanded resident education section around stormwater education and around permitting education and helping folks to understand how a permitting process will help us with flood resiliency. And then, as I mentioned earlier, a new section identifying geographic areas and a new section identifying further resources that we can continue to dip into as we continue to plan. So with that, what are our next steps? How do we move this, which is still a very draft plan, that we still encourage feedback and still want to make a good, working, thoughtful document? How do we move that to an actionable plan? I've listed some of the possibilities for steps there. Seeking community feedback is going to be important to me personally, and I think we had some good conversations about that earlier tonight. We obviously need to further scope out and define each section and projects within the section. But what is the actionable part of this? Do we task pieces of it to city committees? Do we identify pieces of it as the good work of community partners? Do we form a working group with council and key partners to sort of check up on the work on a periodic basis? Do we make sure every single council meeting for the next foreseeable future includes an update on some piece of this plan? Do we work through it methodically, or when things are moved forward? What's the engine that keeps this moving, both to get to a plan, and then presumably it's going to keep changing, right? We're going to have a year one, okay, we've ticked these projects off and these others have risen as priorities, reevaluate, rewrite, a year two, so on and so forth. But also, how are we making sure that those things get done? So.
Yes.
I hate to be redundant, but once again, excellent work.
Thank you.
I think it would be good to get to the point where it's an actual plan, and yes, I think we should revisit it every time we come, especially if we develop an action plan with timelines and like accomplish this by then. I think the only way those things ever happen is if they see the light of day as often as possible. So I think that's a great goal. And I'd like to see it become an actual plan as quickly as we can possibly move. I think the community feedback, I think, for the most part, we can do those other steps and figure out who are the appropriate people for these tasks. I think it's making sure we have good community feedback that might take the most time.
Anyone else?
I've
Yes,
got just
Councilor Deering.
one comment, same comment I had last time. I appreciate the work again, but the short links don't work still. Still allows no access. I just would really like that, so that way I continue to work through it. I think it's a really good document. You get a lot of great information here. And it really is another one of those where we're drinking from the fire hose, that there's really so much great information here. It really is kind of hard to pick and choose what is best. But I think that we continue to talk about it, we continue to bring it up, bring it to light. And I think that those things that we find are most fruitful for us as we see, will bubble to the top. There'll be those projects that we constantly see when we're looking at these that look like they're really good objects for us to obtain. And I think that's a really good way moving forward as well.
I I think the best thing to do is just implement it. I mean, so many of these things we're doing now, you know, we're pursuing the Vermont Emergency Management, you know, we're pursuing housing, so like you said, it's a plan that's going to change. And, I mean, our priorities have changed significantly in just a week. So, I think it's well done, and I think there's enough information here to build on. And I think, let's face it, we're always looking for committees or community partners. We're always looking for someone to partner with, and we always keep our eyes open for those opportunities. And couldn't even tell you what opportunities are going to be there a month from now. You know, there are going to be new ones. So I think, I mean, I think you can keep working on it, and I think it's well done now. And I think it is an actionable plan because it says we're going to identify opportunities for partnering. You know, like, as I said, you identified the Vermont emergency. So I think you just adopt it and go with it. And as far as updates at every council meeting, we're going to get updates at every council meeting for the foreseeable future. Well, because these are, as we just heard from these fine folks, these are long-term commitments on the part of the city. So I think on some level, we are going to hear updates relative to this plan at every council meeting for the foreseeable future. So leave it up to council. How do you like to proceed?
I mean, in the absence of anything, I think Amanda and I are trying to get across that we're in no way are we trying to monopolize like the decision making within this. So like if it's the will of the council, we are happy to huddle amongst ourselves and come back next week or in 2 weeks, whatever, with some suggested actionable next steps. But
yeah, I'm happy to do that. Yes, Councilor Spaulding.
I think that I agree with both of you, all of you. I think that this is a great plan, but then we need to decide, just like the people that presented before, there's a lot of things. So what happens first? And what can we afford to do first? And what are the things that what's the low hanging fruit, if you will, that we can afford to do? So how, I guess I would wonder some of these things I'm looking at, remove the railroad trestle. Well, that's out of our hands. As much as we lobby and push and this is not yes, we would like that to be gone, but we don't have a lot of say in it unless we just want to, take some explosives and walk down there.
Don't tell anyone the plan's on you.
That's executive session, Councilor.
So anyway, I'm not suggesting that's a plan. I'm just saying, what are the things that we actually can do, and what are the things that we have to wait for other people? What are the things that we don't have any money for? So I think that's sort of where, how do we decide what we actually can take action on?
Yeah, and I was sort of jotting down notes and listening to all the other thoughtful things that were said this evening about getting ready for flooding and recovering from flooding. And I was thinking of a couple of things that I would put into sort of the next stage of this plan. One of them is sort of specifically identified actions the city can take for certain goals, because you're right, our action around the trestle is advocacy. It's not doing the thing. Our action around encouraging some community actions is certain kinds of support, but not necessarily doing them as a municipal entity. So I was thinking about assigning specific actionable things to that, and also IDing. I was picturing sort of the kind of planning timeline grid I've done for other grant work of what's short, medium, long-term actions. What are year one actions, and what is a 5-year action, but here's the things to do in year one that have to be done. And I think things will start to shake out and prioritize once those kinds of rubrics are applied to specific things. And I was also thinking that whatever the next or not even next, but whatever an iteration of this plan will sort of have the pieces that the Rivers folks help us decide on for VEM, make sure those go into it. So it's gonna have to be, I would love everything to be finished and neat and have it all plotted in 3-month segments for the next 10 years, because that's what my brain would like, but realistically, we've got to figure like, what is a signpost? What is the evolution to get to that signpost? And then we evaluate and we change.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to change because what defines our action is the funding opportunities and the partnering opportunities. So, I think even, to dovetail some of this with the discussion we just had, we'll have a list of priority projects. And sort of, what I like most about the plan, honestly, is just the first page where it talks about our guiding principles. And the rest of it, that depends on the legislature, the federal government, and the funding opportunities. And then, but our guiding principle, as I said earlier to these folks, we're going to do something every year. I don't know what something is because I don't know how much money we'll have. But we will make sure, even if there's a minimum $100,000 commitment in our capital budget to say, look, we're going to do something to make a culvert somewhere better, we'll do what we can. So I think what you and Councilor Wazazak have just proposed is fine. Is everyone in agreement with that? Super. And we will move on really quickly, folks, to the Prospect Heights project next step. Councilors, you did appoint the city manager, the MBRC authorized, what do they call it? Like
Authorized official.
Authorized official. So you did that, and I'm going to take up about 30 seconds. So we're in the due diligence phase where we're taking a high-level look at the project. And the NBRC training, you have to get actually training, and Nicholas is undergoing that training, as is Janet,
and MA.
as is MA. So and then you'll see the project start to pick up steam. I mean, our hope is that we're able to design and permit the project this winter and be breaking ground in 25.
Great.
Is there a developer?
Do we have we picked a developer? No, we have not picked the engineer of record, although we're leaning towards Brian Lanes Cardis, who is a local civil engineer with
DeWolf.
Yeah, thank you. With DeWolf Engineering. And so that's how we're leaning, but he has not been interviewed by the full board yet. So the first thing we really want to make sure, first of all, before we engage anyone and spend any money, we have to make sure that the training is completed so that we're sure the things we're spending money on are eligible expenses. And MA also put in a planning grant with, an implementation and planning grant, I think a $60,000 implementation and planning grant. She put that in recently as well. So, we're ramping it up. The last week kind of took the wind out of everybody's sails. By the way, Councilor Spalding and I, along with Representative Williams and David Rubel from Community National Bank, have ramped up the Barre Community Relief Fund. There were folks who indicated today, matter of fact, we received a very generous $25,000
That's great.
Donation. And so we've ramped that fund up, and I believe Jonathan is working on getting everything up and running. And it's a little more complicated than it sounds, reflipping the switch like we did the last time. And so we'll be accepting applications through that portal. And really, lastly, MA just wanted me to let the council know that there's a Central Vermont Flood Coalition group that's being formed, consisting of Barre Up, the Barre Partnership, Central Vermont Economic Development Corp., Montpelier Alive, and BADC. So they're ramping that up. So that's it. Any other questions on Prospect Heights? So, like as I said, no decisions have been made. You'll be the first ones to know when they are. Under upcoming business, Mr. Manager, what would you like to see on our agenda?
So next week, I'm working on something with Angie that's not quite baked, but we're getting there, so I'll have updates for council on that, but that is time sensitive, which is why there'll be a meeting
So we'll
next
see,
week.
yeah, so we'll see you all next week. Yay.
The zoning hearing will be August 6th for the changes to conform with state law. And then the short-term rental ordinance, we're gonna hope to get maybe sometime in August to get the council a chance to look at it. We got the draft from the city attorney. Our staff is going through it now to provide some feedback and comments that we'll show to the council. So.
Perfect. Anything, council? Yes.
I'd like to consider redrafting the minimum housing ordinance,
Specifically for,
that they would look more structurally, and something around the heating ordinance to make it a little easier for people to have heat.
okay,
And I don't think it's probably possible for us to adopt the residential building energy standards, but some municipalities have. Maybe it's worth considering.
okay, Councilor Spalding?
Montpelier has, yeah.
We talked last time about the $250,000 revolving loan fund, and we tabled the proposal. And I just wondered when we were going to bring that back up, because we had some questions. And so I just wanted to make sure it's in our minutes, and I put a star next to it so I would remember to ask about it, because I wanted to make sure it doesn't fall off our radar, because I'm sure a revolving loan fund could be very useful right now for some people.
Yeah, so I know Tess and Angie, we're going back to the drawing board on that, and I will see when they think they can be back into to update council. I'd imagine it'll be sometime at one of the August meetings.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? No? Roundtable, Councilor Stockwell.
I attended the meeting today on homelessness, and I think that was a great first meeting. It was a good place to start, and I think that'll continue forward. And I spent some time staffing for Barre Up, not like other folks have, but I spent some time there. And it was really completely, of course, sad and distressing. Also, the number of folks who are without homes who came by to either find some food, try to find a tarp. And I felt like we should really make sure that some group is making sure that there are tarps and that there's food. Anyway, that was what I did.
Councilor Spalding?
Two things. One, I wanted to thank Barre Up. They're doing an amazing job. I am so pleased at what a well-oiled machine it seems to be. And I think part of that is because it's good people doing good things. But I also think we unfortunately have figured out the hard way how to do it well. So I just wanted to say thank you to Barre Up for the good work that they're doing. I also got to spend some time volunteering for Barre Up, not anything dirty or muddy, but calling and talking to homeowners, and that was heartbreaking. And I'm glad that we have a lot of people volunteering and going out to help homeowners. So I'm glad that I could help even just a little bit. I was also going to mention the Barre Community Relief Fund. I sort of, if you will, man the emails, and we've already gotten some requests. Like, I can't get into the application to apply, so I know there are already people looking for ways to get some additional funding and resources. And the last thing I want to say is I listened to the podcast Brave that came out actually last year after flooding. It's called Brave Little States through Vermont Public, and it was about old rivers and old streams and beavers, actually. And so I would encourage you to listen to it, because I thought it was a really great podcast, and in light of the situation that we find ourselves in again, I think it's just, sort of helps you to understand that we've probably been doing this wrong for a long time, and now we have to try to, like, little by little try to fix it. So, and that's all.
Councilor Wasizak?
Thank you. Likewise, did a little mucking, did a little staffing, did a little color coding for Buried Up, and thrilled to hear that it seems like a well-oiled machine. Because in some ways it is, and in some ways it's a big old Google sheet, which is always fun. And then I had one other thing. Oh, and I just also wanted to express thanks to the Aldrich Library for being the home. They've just the staff, the building itself, everyone's gone above and beyond to make it a hub for folks to come and get help. And it's not without burden on the staff there as well. So Kristen and the whole team have been really amazing. I'll pass.
Councilor Shinabel?
I too attended the homeless meeting today, and one of the things that is so clear with that meeting and everything else that we've heard tonight, you know, Barre Up, the pieces that you're putting together and holding together and seeing juxtaposed to rivers and what we're up against with that. And then we have homeless, but there are so many people working so hard and coming together better and better and better. And it's not pretty what we're facing, and it's not fair that we're facing it again, but boy, I think the city and so many players are doing such an excellent job.
Thank you. Councilor Gustin?
I was just reflecting on how very proud I am of everyone that showed up for Barre in the last week. Again, how surreal and heartbreaking it feels to have had to do the same thing almost to the hour last week, and how angry I am that we have had to get so good at this. But thank you to everyone who has showed up for Barre from everywhere, who has reached out, and thank you for everyone who keeps showing up for Barre.
Councilor Deering?
My word is going to be pride. A lot of pride over the last week in general, with really the way that people are able to step up and come together. Very, very proud of the individuals that came over on 2nd Street to help me out at the Dutel's house. Proud of the opportunities that we get to serve our community. And there's always a silver lining to everything, that we can have the doom and gloom aspect, but we have to look at what we do have. We have to be grateful and have gratitude, because too often we're in that mindset of doom and gloom and don't have the attitude that we have things in our lives that can make us happy, and that do actually make us happy as well. So really just love the people around you constantly. You never know what's going to happen in a moment's notice. Just love them.
Thank you. Likewise, I mean, just proud of everyone. Fortunately, our governor's commitment to Barre hasn't changed one little bit. Met with him a few times as he's passing through town. He'll send a text message and we'll sit and talk, and he still shares, you know, a great vision for the North End. What's changed with this last event, I guess, is, and maybe it's a good thing, is the sense of urgency, the sense that we can't really affect change quick enough. But I know if we rise above bickering and partisanship, and if we can work together, I think we can get some stuff done. I mean, I feel good about some of the grants that we're applying for. I don't know if you heard me mention it to this gentleman, but the administration was very, you know, literally the evening of the flood, as the city floodwaters hadn't receded, and the governor's saying, well, what can I do? And I said, I don't know yet. I said, oh, but I'm just thinking of one thing. I said, we've got these pre-application grants due on August 16th. I said, this is going to set us at least 2 weeks back. So, you know, just like that, we had a 2-week extension, and very grateful for that. And with that, council, I will need an executive session, please, to discuss a legal matter, if you don't mind. So if someone would like to make the motion for findings.
Moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, thank you very much, and I'll need a motion to go into executive session and invite the manager and, manager to join us.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, thank you very much.
Nicholas, do you want this?
Yes, I'll take that. Thank you.
Motion to come out of executive session?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, council is in open session, and a motion to adjourn would be appropriate.
So moved.
Everybody spoke at once. Move in second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Bye, Sam.